At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
That is absolutely stunning! They are the champions!
Hello and good evening. Welcome to the ESL Premiership. My name is Dinko. We've got some great games coming up today in the UK scene. We've got the final sort of matchups for a lot of these teams as well. We've seen some already move through, but joining me today to see the rest and see where things will shape up is, of course, Hawker, back from the deadly sickness.
Back from the sickness, back ready for Counter-Strike here this last week. I'm excited to see what we have on offer.
Exactly. This is the last week of the sort of normal games, and we're going to take a look at last week's, and we, of course, seen Wind and Rain take a 16-14 win over Veloci, very close on Nuke.
Yeah, important win there for Wind and Rain to get towards the bottom of the scoreboard, but then I think that big one was Fierce beating out Endpoint and maintaining their undefeated record.
Yeah, that's definitely the big upset really for me. The fact that, not that they won, but the fact that they did it in such a convincing fashion, right? That's the incredible part about that. And Fierce, yeah, they do remain as that sort of top dog. And we'll take a little closer look at the standings to see how things are really shaping up. And Fierce, like you said, still at the top, still undefeated. They did that in the last season of Premiership as well, in the summer season, but then they went on to the playoffs and didn't quite get it done there. So maybe they're looking to try and change that this time. They're on the right path.
Yeah, and we have the all-important colours on the left side. We see that Fierce are qualified for those live finals. It's just a case of making sure they are that #1 seed. And then a couple of the teams guaranteed in playoffs, but Endpoint and Vexed both still trying to battle out for that live final spot.
Yeah, and unfortunately Horus cannot make it. They will be playing today though, of course, but Veloci, they still have a chance, but they're still near the bottom, so things are looking a little bit scary.
Yeah, definitely important games at the bottom of the standings as well. There is, of course, the relegation playoffs they can try and play through, but very important matchups.
Well, last week we've seen some great plays. We're going to take a little bit of a reminder and take a look at the top plays from last week. Well, some great plays, but for me, Mr. Hui takes it. He's definitely, I think it was the cleanest clip.
Yeah, I feel like the headshots were much crisper on his AK. I mean, the spray from Emperor was nice, but it was all body shots. Counter-Strike's about the headshots, Sting.
Yeah, it definitely takes a lot of skill to be very accurate with an AK, but we're going to take a look at what you sort of suggested as the top play of the weekend. Well, we'll see if it is Mr. Hui, and no, 14%. I'm actually quite shocked by that. It's actually Swaggy who takes the top play.
The FAMAS coming through. I mean, everyone just knows how bad the FAMAS is, so to get a top play with the FAMAS is very impressive.
That is it, Alex. You've hit the nail on the head right there.
Clearly.
The FAMAS is definitely a weapon that takes quite a bit of skill to have any sort of impact with. So, yeah, I think I'll agree then. You've swayed me, Alex. I'm going to go with Swaggy again.
Well, you're just siding with the people.
I'm siding with the winner and the people.
Nice. You just want to be popular. You just want to please everyone.
Exactly. Well, of course, taking a look at the top place from last week, we'll have to take a look at the top player individually. It's the Prem VP coming up next. Well, Arda's putting in a big shift here on Inferno. Definitely the Prem VP of last week for me as well, having a look at the sort of monumental state of this series as well. So taking the statistics into account, you could just see how crazy they were.
Yeah, really good stats across the board. 25 kills in quite a one-sided game. And Ardis is a player who can also play aggressive and be a playmaker for his team.
Yeah.
You can see that in the entry success. He can a lot of the times take things into his own hands, and that means when he's having a good game, that's when Fierce can run teams over. And I think that's why they were able to win it so convincingly against Empire.
Yeah, definitely. And well, Swaggy was in the top place. He wasn't the Prem VP, but he certainly put in another shift for Winden Rain here. And he's one of those players that I've kind of always talked about as one of the potential up-and-comers a few years ago in the UK scene. He really didn't get to that sort of level, but he's starting to climb back.
Yeah, he's one of those players that maybe has never had the chance at one of those sort of top teams, but he's always been grinding it out in sort of that, you know, slightly below in the UK. And if he can keep up that level of performance, I'm sure he could have a chance to really compete.
Well, K-Piz, it's not all about the kills a lot of the time as well. You have to have that player that has that support element as well, right? So he is doing a lot of work in the back end of things. You know, the flash buys being thrown. They're very important, Alex, as you know.
I know. That's the one stat I always play for in matchmaking. I'm always going to have the most enemies flashed. Yeah. It's not always true, to be honest.
It's not.
Cape has also got kills, so he's doing better than me.
He definitely is doing better than you, and that is not very hard at all. But King Mezzi, certainly one of the most well-rounded players in the UK scene. We talk about him being one of the best players in the UK scene, and for a good reason, right? He's picking up that AWP, and he's delivering here. You can see with the statistics, a lot of impact on that AWP as well.
Yeah, he's a very complete player as Mezzi. He can basically play most of the roles. He also plays quite close with Adam. Those two get along really well, and I think he does sometimes help out with the calls as well. He can kind of help out with the strategy, so I think that just goes to show he's got a really good mind for the game. Well,
in CS recently, we've had quite a few changes come in. We've had updates here and there, but the one map that's been constantly updated and changed is Vertigo. And well, again, it's gone under the sort of surgery, I guess, under the knife, Alex, in a way, and it's been removed. The door, should I say, has been removed, not Vertigo. A lot of people would be happy, I'm sure, about that, but the door has been removed, there's a wall built up, and I guess it makes sense because Vertigo is, of course, a construction site, so this makes sort of sense.
Yeah, I guess constantly under construction, constantly changing. This A site is going to be really interesting now. I feel like the CTs are going to have to hold this early because the retakes just from one angle or trying to flank through the ramp is not going to be easy. So it definitely will be interesting to see how it plays out, but these are quite significant changes.
They are indeed, and they have only sort of one retake avenue back into the bomb side if you're playing passive on the CT side, right? And that makes mid-control, from what I've seen and watched some of the demos, mid-control is becoming a little bit more important than it used to be, right? There's no door there, so it's quite difficult to hold on to if you're a CT player. So a lot of utility is going down inside of middle, and if you win that as a T player, then that cuts off one of the avenues of the CTs to retake and makes it very difficult.
Yeah, those rotations could be much more awkward as well, like you said, without the door. So I think holding that mid should be very important, but we'll see if we even get a Vertigo today.
Exactly, we don't know. We haven't seen it come through a lot in the UK scene, but the other change was, of course, an update. CS is 20 years old, Alex. It's older than me. And we have got, of course, the CS20 collection. The skins were released. And for me, the only good skin, again, is that AWP and the knives. The rest are terrible because there's 2 FAMAS skins, Alex.
There are 2 FAMAS skins. I don't mind some of the other skins. They're just not as flashy as that AWP, which is just so beautiful at the top.
Well, the FAMAS is actually pretty flashy, right? The commemoration skin really given to the FAMAS, though. Definitely would have preferred to see it maybe on an AK, but I guess all the skins need love, and I think the P90 is certainly an underrated weapon right now.
I like the skin. I just never buy the P90, Dinko.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm never going to buy the P90. So as much as I like the skin, I'm just not going to buy it.
Exactly, it feels like a lot of these weapons that got the nice skins are never purchased, right? Maybe it's an incentive from Valve, just like, use these weapons.
Yeah, maybe. Give them a nice skin on it, maybe they'll use it more, who knows?
Well, we have got a load of matchups coming up today. Like we said, it's sort of the last day of these normal matchups before the playoffs get started. And we have got ourselves Diablos versus Wind and Rain. And that certainly is going to be a very interesting one because I feel like these 2 teams are pretty close. And for anybody that's not aware, Diablos, a lot of their players are actually playing under the Wind and Rain banner last season.
Yeah, these teams 5th and 6th respectively. Diablos are just safe from relegation. They secured that last week, but Wind and Rain are still fighting. They need to pick up some points to stay safe.
And well, the match to watch today certainly is going to be Vex taking on Endpoint, battling for that 2nd and 3rd spot. I feel like this is the delectable treat we have to sort of consume today.
Definitely. Like you said, the teams that are 2nd and 3rd, both these teams have only lost against Fierce. So overall, this is going to be the battle for 2nd place and obviously the direct final to the LAN finals, which is what you want.
And while Fierce, they've already qualified for the live finals, right? So the pressure's somewhat off here. They are taking on a team Pensioners, right? Who have shown up time and time again, but also can fall super flat, right? They have this performance where they look completely different. They don't even look like a shell of themselves because they're just playing so poorly. But then they have these incredible games where the individuals show flashes of what they're capable of. And well, they've just got to hope today against Fierce, they've got those players showing up.
Yeah, definitely quite an inconsistent team, the Pensioners. Sometimes, like you said, they can really show up. Sometimes, I think we've seen them lose 16-5 against Endpoint on occasion, so very up and down. And
well, sadly, Horus will not be playing at the live finals, but they do get a game here. They're going to be playing Veloce to close out their Premiership for the season in our final matchup. And while we have touched on the live finals, if you want to attend, all you need to do is buy a ticket. So make sure you head over to esl.im/CSGO finals and purchase yourself a ticket. It is in Manchester, Alex. We're moving up the country.
Yeah, good to get everyone involved. Get it out of Leicester every now and then. Obviously, we love Leicester, but Manchester needs some love too.
Yeah, definitely. And while taking a look at our first matchup, it is Diablos taking a Wind and Rain. And this, again, is crunch time for both of these teams. Diablos, like you said, script by and are only in this because they pick up a win. And the fact that they had to play so long to get that 1 win under their belt, even though this comes so close to winning a lot of matches, while they're here and they're having to fight for the tournament life.
Yeah, and on the Diablos side of things, I think, especially in their wins, it seems like it's very much a team effort from this squad. It's normally the entire roster showing up. You can see Emil Shine in there, who has not been in the roster for the entire season. They have been chopping and changing slightly. And then obviously Ents has been quite a consistent player. Mr. Hui has also been good. We saw him in the plays towards the previous week there. Capers is always solid. So they've definitely got the players to all show up. It's just a question of whether we see all of the players show up.
Yeah, well, a big part of the failure of Diablos in their earlier matchups has been the lack of firepower, right? Emil Shine being back, that's a huge talking point. I think if you look past that, well, you can't, because this is the player that can change the game completely. Well, Emil Shine coming in adds so much firepower to this Diablos team.
Yeah, he could really be a massive factor for this squad. Like I was saying, normally there's never really one standout player, but Emil Shine could certainly be that. So to see him here today is very exciting. I want to see what he can show us, and maybe he can even play in the playoffs later and try and get them to the live finals.
Well, yes, indeed. Well, here is Wind and Rain's roster. We have got Swaggy, who was in sort of the top plays, but he's a player that, again, I've touched on it. He has potential to be a great player in the UK scene, and well, this would be a perfect time to show it.
Yeah, definitely. And then the player that I think is in the best form has to be Tadpole off the back of that last week against Endpoint. He got 29 kills in their loss, nearly hitting the 30 bomb against a very strong team. And then Brody is a player who has kind of flown under the radar for me, but he's been really solid on this Wind and Rain team. So overall, they've definitely got talent.
Yeah, we've seen Brody a few weeks ago, hitting those top plays, finding a lot of impact for his team. So you have got depth in this roster in terms of firepower. And I'm personally looking forward to seeing what Wind and Rain can do here. I think I'm going to have to give the edge over slightly here to Diablos, but I feel like Wind and Rain can certainly put up an excellent fight.
Yeah, I think I'm in a similar mindset to you here. I think Diablos are the slight favorites, but whenever you've got the 5th team playing against the 6th team, it's always going to be a close affair. So I think depending on who shows up on the day, this really could go either way.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to come down to maps as well. If we find ourselves in a puggy map, that's where I feel this Diablos team are going to have a lot of success. Over on Wind and Rain, if we come on, again, a puggy map, but it has to have some sort of strategic elements. It can't be just some sort of blatant Dust 2 or one where you're just taking aim jewels, and we are getting it straight into the maps. Overpass and Train getting banned out immediately, and Diablos looking to get away from those tactical maps straight away.
Yeah, 2 of the more tactical maps removed from this one. I think Mirage would be a map I wouldn't be surprised to see, especially for Diablos. They played Fierce very close on Mirage earlier in the season. They actually took them to overtime, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do end up on quite a puggy map here.
Yeah, well, that is the UK way, right? So getting into this, Dust 2 is going to go out as a ban from Wind and Rain. I like that decision. Vertigo coming in as a ban for Diablos. It always gets floated through just towards the end, and it does get banned the second rotation here from Diablos. But there's a few more. Like you said, Mirage is still available here, and I feel like that could be a map where these two teams can sort of have a bit of a middle ground on.
Yeah, maybe Inferno could be another option as well. I don't expect we'll see Nuke. I think we've seen Nuke from these teams on occasion, but I doubt it will be the decider map here. I'd much more expect to see Mirage or Inferno. Either of those, I think, could be fairly close between these two squads.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to come down to Inferno or Mirage, and I guess we just got to have to wait and see. And well, Wind and Rain actually going for the Mirage ban, Diablo's banning out Nuke, and we find ourselves in Inferno. And this is a great map, Alex. We see a lot of great matches finished on this map, and while it's going to be a best of one here between 5th and 6th in the Premiership, battling for the tournament life.
I think that is a smart ban by Wind and Rain to get Mirage out of there as well, just because, again, we said that Diablos have actually been surprisingly good on that map, being able to play Fierce very close. Even if it's not getting the win, it shows signs of success. So I think overall you can get the Mirage out of there. It's fairly likely Diablos are just going to go to the Inferno, which probably is the most balanced map for these two teams. So I think this is exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want to see a map where one of these teams is going to walk away with an easy win, right? We want to see them have to fight for their chances. And on Inferno, like you said, balance is the key word. It's very balanced in terms of CT side and T side. I feel like we see a lot of teams, if they're close, they're going to have, in terms of skill, we're going to have a close half, right? Maybe it is slightly towards the CT side, but we generally see competitive halves coming consistently on Inferno.
Yeah, there's definitely options on the T side. Like you were saying, you can normally get at least 6 or 7 rounds, and you'd say that's a solid T side. There are options over towards Banana, depending on what you can kind of exploit on the CT side of things. So overall, definitely the map we wanted to see. I do wonder if we are going to see Emilshine play maybe as aggressive. I think on Inferno, it may be a bit more difficult for him to do so, especially early in the rounds with a lot of the nades that go down. So that could be something to keep track of as the game goes on.
Emilshine was actually one of those players that had quite a bit of impact at the live finals as well. And that's where people were sort of questioning, will he be able to perform like he does online? When the pressure's on, you're in a LAN environment, you can't be that aggressive. Well, he did it on LAN. And I think that was quite impressive from him to be able to do so, carry that skill from the online portion on in towards the LAN finals. And if he can continue to have that level of consistency, again, he can be the turning factor for this team moving into this matchup. And Wind and Rain have got to find a way to sort of shut down that aggression if it is working for him.
Yeah, as you said, that there's more pressure on him at the LAN finals than there will be in a game like this. So there's no questions of that coming into this. Like you pointed out, played very well at the LAN finals. We know that he's been able to play very well online, especially in the last season of the Prem. So I guess it's just a question of, has Emilshine been able to sort of get practice time in with this team? Is he able to fit into this squad, or does that even matter? Can he just take over the game by himself? Because there's always the chance his skill is good enough to carry them through here.
Yeah, and I think the polar opposite as to what we've talked about is the fact that Wind and Rain have the depth, right? It's not just a one-man army, right? And that could be something that takes Wind and Rain over the line. If all three of the sort of fraggers we talk about and three of the players that stand up tall do so in this matchup, that could certainly be a win factor here for Wind and Rain. And I feel like that's a win condition for them. We have pitched them as the slight underdogs, but if they have those three players playing consistently, and I'm talking about Brody, I'm talking about Tadpole, and I'm talking about Swaggy, those three players that have showed up time and time again for this team, all three of them pop off here, Alex, it's a recipe for success.
Yeah, and like you were saying, for me at least, I said it earlier, Tadpole has been the one that was maybe a bit quieter throughout the start of the season, but seeing him pick up form here towards the end has been very exciting. That's what we've been waiting to see from this roster, because as you said, now they have the sort of big three fraggers that can show up, so it gives them much more depth across the board, and it also gives them a real opportunity to share the fragging around, as you pointed out.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what we'll have here at Inferno in terms of the approach to the game tactically, right? Because we see a lot of banana control come in, that's very standard, the app stick as well. That's just the default on the T side. But will we see it work? That is the question. The UK scene, generally things don't go to plan a lot of the time, and hopefully today we'll get to see some, solid Counter-Strike. We see the banana control coming in, we see the app sticks, and we see good tactical Counter-Strike coming through. Because that's what we want to see, Alex. As commentators, that's exactly the sort of CS we like to see. We do enjoy, puggy styles, but on Inferno, we want to see the more tactical Counter-Strike come through.
Yeah, I especially see the UK teams sometimes struggle with that banana control. On the CT side especially, you do have to sync your nades quite well. You need to maybe use the early Molotov, then you want the smoke behind, you can use the nades to keep the opponents at bay. And a lot of the times, it is important you take that early banana control, because otherwise you are just allowing the Ts to set up those really strong executes. Just one smoke at CT, one smoke at coffins is already going to cut down on the positions you have to clear. So fighting for banana control should be important, and I want to see a focus on that from these teams.
Yeah, I definitely want to see a focus, like you said, on that banana control, but so a lot of teams on the CT side, we see it actually a couple of weeks ago back at the Prem, they actually just elected to leave banana completely open. And like you said, if you're going to give that much space over to this Diablos side on the T side, it's not going to go well for you. And we're right into things. It's going to be Diablos on the T side, Wind and Rain on the CT side.
We have a Desert Eagle in the hands of Ents, looking for some long-range headshots on towards the T side. LNZ also has the utility for the CTs, and it is going to be a slow start to the pistol round. I think they're waiting to see if Ents can maybe find an opening kill up mid. Now he's having a look towards Banana, but without any nades, it really is up to this Desert Eagle to take any of the longer range fights.
Desert Eagle and the pistol, Alex. Don't really know how I feel about it, but we'll see if it works for them. Going for the shot in towards the coffins. Ents, a little bit ambitious. He won't give away that he has got the deagle, but the rest of the troops moving their way up through long. Emil Shine just looking to cause problems up from inside of the apartments. But look at this, double stacking Graveyard. They're not going to be expecting this, but they run over the top. They spot it. Brody not hitting shots, and Mr. Hui, he'll find it. And it will be Ping hitting the deck as well. All the kills coming in for Diablos, and the bomb plant is there as well. The stack towards B not really working for the CT side here as they're coming back through Banana, trying to find up middle. And Swaggy does catch up one. But at this point, Diablos just need to hold on to the bomb site.
Oh, okay then. Emil Shine has just mopped up towards mid. 3 kills in quick succession.
4 overall on the pistol, Alex. And well, some of the questions we were asking, will Emil Shine be able to have that level of performance? Yes. So far, so good from Emil Shine. Wins the pistol on his own pretty much. 4 kills coming in. And immediately it's Diablos purchasing up. But Wind and Rain, they're going to go for the second round 4 spy on the CT side. They're going to have a scout in the hands of Ping and Deagles and CZs.
And just in the pistol round there, it was such a passive setup from Wind and Rain that they needed to land those shots. Otherwise, they were always going to lose the site too quickly. They were always going to be in a very difficult retake. That's exactly what ended up happening. Mr. Hui almost burns alive. Swaggy eventually gets the shot through. Back to a 4v4, and Ent could be in trouble. 1 shot is all that's needed. Swaggy gets the kill he was looking for, and Wind and Rain win those opening fights.
Well, Emil Shine wrapping from long, looking for the pickup on towards Tadpole, but he's got himself in towards the library. And he hears the footsteps of Ping, gets the second kill as well, on towards Tadpole. Emil Shine's pulled this back, but Brody, with the headshot, finally puts an end to him. It's into a 2v2. Minute and 3 seconds left to play with here on the clock as Brody, he's just standing off towards long, knows that The T's could be on the bomb site, so doesn't want to overextend and give perhaps a positional advantage towards Choi V7 here. But he's grabbed himself an AK. Smoke comes in. That gives space to work with for Brody, but Choi V has seen him cross in towards the cubby. He's got a little bit of a gap in the smoke to play with, but the bomb is going towards B. And this is perfect. Wind and Rain are nowhere near this bomb site.
As long as Capiz doesn't die too quickly, his teammate should be there to assist him, and Capiz has already got the first kill. Only Brody left with the AK in hand. Choi V is still miles away from this one. Brody taking the fight, almost getting the frag, and Capiz is going to go down. Does he know where Choi V is, though? The last man is coming in Banana, but like you said, low time left. I don't know if Brody can win this.
He's got no kit, that's the problem here. He's got smoke in his hands, but he's clearing so many angles, and he realizes there's just no chance. He'll fall back in towards CT, and well, just like that, Diablos get themselves a second, but so damn scary. Wind and Rain nearly pull off the second round for Spy. Diablos 2-0, but not the 2-0 they were looking for.
Yeah, somewhat of a risk taken there by Diablos, putting just their 2 MAC-10s on Banana. They didn't have anyone else there to assist them. There was no rifle there to follow up. So as soon as the trades go against them on Banana, they just have to fight back from the 4v3 deficit. However, thankfully, Emilshine had got into a good position to be able to make a play. He knew he needed to do something to get his team back in the round, and they eventually come out with their second round win. Brody, the one man with the AK in this one, but Swaggy is looking for a fight on Banana. Looks like he's decided against it.
Well, Mr. Hui towards top Banana. Smoke goes in towards the cross. They're going in towards Pit, and Swaggy hides at the back of the bomb site as the rest of the players come in towards his position. Mr. Hui able to take away Swaggy with a MAC-10 as LNZ is going to be finished off. And Mr. Hui's having a great time with that MAC-10, picking up so much money that leaves Ping and Tadpole in a 2v4. And the bomb can go down safely, and it'll be a easy 3-0 pickup here for Diablos. At least in the third round. They did have to fight for it in the last one. Tadpole doesn't really have much here. Has nothing, in fact. It's actually Ping who's looking for a couple of frags towards middle, perhaps, with the CZ. And Diablos, there's no real need for them to hunt here. Their money's not in a great position. And the CT side will gain everything from just getting one kill.
Well, it is the MAC-10s looking to get the frags, and they do so. Doesn't cost them in the end. Capiz gets the kill with the SMG. Choi V got one with the rifle, and we head into round number 4. Brody going straight for that AWP. Looks like Diablos are happy to stick with a couple of MAC-10s, so we could see a fast play. They don't have the best spawns for some quick aggression, though. They were right at the back of T spawn there. Only Ents was the furthest man forward, so I don't think we'll see a quick rush. Looks like they are happy to spread into a default setup, and here are those nades down Banana.
Molotov going towards top car. LNZ is forced forward and has to remain in this position, but his teammate's there. And Banana has been won as the T side look to barrel through in towards the A bomb site. Mr. Hui gets the trade, but Brody still inside of the bomb site with the AWP. Looking for the pick on the close corner, but he's being pressured here. He's forced into the open. Molotovs, they are burning him, and Choi V7 picks him up. It's on to Swaggy and LNZ in a 2v3. They run on towards the site. Diablos looking for the bomb plant. They have got the advantage into this retake as well. Wind and Rain, the utility available is to Molotovs. They have no kit available, so this is the save call coming in from Wind and Rain.
Wow, Wind and Rain did a decent enough job at taking the Banana control that we were talking about, but it wasn't really the Banana control that they needed. It had to be the A side of the map that they were struggling on in this one. Trade was well taken by the MAC-10s on the initial aggression, and then Brody was left alone on the site with the AWP. Ping eventually came over to help him, but it wasn't really quickly enough. And with Diablos taking a quick gun round over the line into this 4th round, they are going to be feeling very, very good about the start of this game. Even with Wind and Rain saving a couple of guns, if they wanted to buy, it would be a weakened one. They could think about dropping some rifles over. They could have got 4 rifles together, but the problem is they'd be missing those nades, which we talked about being so important. So they decide to go for the half buy, waiting to go for the full investment into the next.
Well, Diablos straight up towards second middle. Molotov going in towards the window at the top of the boiler stairs. Capiz tapping around the corner. Smoke ready to go in towards long. Nid will actually go in first, and Brody, luckily, is behind the wall, so doesn't take much damage from the grenade. Supposed to walk forward to try and re-aggress. But at this point, look at the stack from the CT side that's coming in towards the B-bomb site. Only one player actually positioning towards A, and Diablos haven't committed to anything yet. They're just playing that very standard default. Have two guys work towards banana, one hold in towards middle, and the rest start to clear through the halls, take apartments control. But this is not the waiting game that Wind and Rain were looking for. They're going to go aggressive, and they find themselves 2 kills off the back of that push. And in fact, they've got the advantage. Brody spots the barrel. Cape is finished off, and well, this is a disaster at the minute for Diablos. They've got to find a way back into this. The bomb has been recovered. But Emil Shine has to be the impactful player here. He's pushed up in towards the archway.
Oh, this time though, Swaggy seems to have the read, but he loses the fight. That is the opening that Emil Shine was looking for. Again, getting aggressive in towards A long. LNZ is also close by though, and I don't know if he'll expect a second man to be in a similar position. Brody just biding his time as Emil Shine eventually goes down, and it's all up to Choi v7. Moving into B, he could find a 1v1 fight here. Smoke goes into CT, there's the man spotted, but he doesn't have his gun out.
Yeah, that's a bit rough, right? He smokes off CT. Okay, he's playing close, he's trying to get as close to the bomb site as possible before smoking off CT, but he crosses into the wide angle while still having his gun on his back. So yeah, that's a little bit questionable, and unfortunately that whole run from Diablos ended up being questionable. Quite a few errors coming in. They started off well, they had the default going for them, but they didn't commit off the back of anything. So near going in towards the bottom of the middle, Ents and Emil Shine taking a lot of damage on board from the bombardment of HE grenades. As Mr. Hui, he doesn't even care that Molotov's right in front of him. He's running right up short and doesn't check the apartment door. Because of that, he will fall. Tadpole gets a double kill somehow. No trade going through, making a triple. Tadpole just holding off in towards the apartments. The ping will finish off the job. There's the bomb, and Emil Shine. Well, 1v5. We know he's good, but I don't think he's this good.
And this is probably going to be going against him. All he can really go for are some frags at the end here, which could be possible. Again, going back to his favorite position, it seems. A-long, he's been here in almost every round so far, and you can see why. Quick free aim on the position, gets the opening kill, but Swaggy is in from behind, and especially when you scope in,
yeah, that timing.
See him.
Yeah, the timing was just even worse, right? Because maybe he's fast enough to relocate his aim back in towards middle, but as soon as the scope comes in, yeah, that's a death sentence. So 4-2, I don't really... I'm not a big fan of Diablos' call there, honestly. I see the idea behind it, but, you know, not all ideas are good. It was just a charge straight up middle, and through a Molotov, and another Molotov, and, well, Mr. Hui, it's all well and good if you're quick at, you know, clearing the corners, but he doesn't even check apartments. One of the most important angles to check it. Unfortunately, he does fall, and Tadpole gets into a great position off the back of that, and ultimately just drops everyone. So Diablos on towards the pistols, Wind and Rain in a position to grab 3. Bar any disaster of their own.
And interestingly enough, the SMG is close by, behind Swaggy. Brody tries to take advantage, but can't find the angle quickly enough. There's the opening frag found. Tadpole can always lock this down with the SG.
He's also got so much backup as well, right? So he can just confidently swing. The only angle he has to worry about is, of course, apartments if ping is to fall from either short or apps. And ping doesn't care. He'll drop capers. Diablos are just going to leave A and try their luck in towards banana. If they win this fight against LNZ, which is not going to be easy due to the weapon and positioning that LNZ currently holds, well, he does get 1 kill and delays for the rotation. Mr. Hui is there, MP9 in hand for Brody, gets 1 kill, but the Deagle coming in strong for Emil Shine. Taps the ball, peeks into the open and finds Swaggy. That really is on. It has to be the ace clutch coming in for Emil Shine. The 1v3 is clutch. He's collected the first and needs 2 more. I like the positioning here as well. He's careful of banana, but the remaining 2 players are both coming in from the same position. And they could line up for him, but the other side of the coin is the fact that they can trade very quickly as well. Emil Shine has the headshot. That might just be the decisive factor. Not expecting the second player, perhaps, but he goes back and Ping, luckily, is able to win that one for Wind and Rain. And you have to remember, that was off the back of pistols, and Emil Shine comes so close.
Yeah, we really are seeing the individual ability come through. He got a quad kill on the round. We're seeing Emilshine be willing to make the solo plays that we are used to seeing from him. So far, he has been the decisive factor for Diabolus.
We're not seeing him just be willing to take them. We're seeing him have to take the solo plays because the rest of his teammates are just dying, right? So Emilshine has to deliver this impact, and well, at the minute he is, but it still isn't enough. He has to win an ace clutch, Alex, and that is just too difficult.
And this time around, Diabolus are going for some early aggression again. I thought they might slow things down, but they're going in towards top mid. Emilshine leading the charge up through A long. He's found weaknesses here before. This time around, they've decided to put some smokes down. So A long control is taken by Diabolus, but with these smokes up, they won't be moving in just yet.
Live by the sword or die by the sword, Alex, it seems, for Diabolus. And Emilshine somehow wins that infight. It was quite an ill-advised push, but it worked out for him, and that's the sort of individual skill that can turn these small decisions your way. And Mr. Hui, he'll get a double kill on the Krieg, and the bomb plant coming in. LNZ left in towards middle, trying to retake on his own. He's got a flash and a nade, and of course the defuse kit. But winning this, I just don't see how it happens, unfortunately.
And LNZ might be stuck saving once again. We've seen similar positions previously. We've seen Wind and Rain struggle to hold on towards that A bomb site. It really looks like A long is the problem position for them right now. They're not able to hold that early. They don't even try to hold it in this round. Diabolus will go hunting for this final frag. I think LNZ was spotted. The flashbang certainly gives away roughly where he is. Don't know if Diabolus will get here in time, though. They're rushing him down. Nade comes... Oh, there we go. Round the other side. Ents gets the frag from behind. So Diabolus up to a 5-3 lead.
I mean, again, it's just that mid-rush coming in from Diabolus. It's failed quite a few times, but now we've seen it work quite a few times as well. And it really does feel like that opening kill from Emilshine is the first sort of Jenga piece pulled out right. And he's pulled the crucial bit, Alex, that's destroyed the entire tower.
Tadpole didn't buy Kevlar at the start of this round. He had to go back for it. He has remembered. Here comes Ents, though, straight up banana. Molotov gets the kill from beyond the grave, but Swaggy's MP9 means that Wind and Rain are going to be up a man.
4v3. Mr. Hui in towards banana. Gonna start backing off as the rest of the troops of Diabolus, well, the one remaining player inside of the apartments, it's Emilshine trying to put pressure, but Ping's boosted up. He has a player on long with the orb. It's going to be a bait and switch setup, but he hasn't turned around. They haven't seen him up on top of the porch. And Mr. Hui, he will fall victim. Emilshine cannot get a kill. And unfortunately, Cape is a 1v4 with a minute left on the clock. Bomb not in his possession. Does start to ring, to me, Alex, as rather impossible, but he will attempt it. Nevertheless, he gets one kill, but the flank coming in from Swiggy results in a 4th round on the board for Wind and Rain. Not seeing a whole lot of tactical depth here on the Diablo side.
No, they got off to a good start early, and I thought they might be able to turn that into a really good start for them and really take over the game, because previously in this Premiership season, we've only seen Diabolus play Inferno a single time. They ended up losing pretty heavily, so I was hoping they could get off to the strong start and then go from there. Hasn't really happened for them, though, as Ping decides to fall back. Ents goes through the flames, looking to see if there's any way in for him with this AK.
They're spamming the top of the porch now, Alex, just to make sure that they don't get caught off by that again. Brody scoped in towards top middle, Ping holding a really great angle and actually has the assistance of Tadpole, so this setup is going to be so deadly. Ping just standing up on top of the metal. There's the headshot, the initial damage picked up. Ping with a triple kill, and that is just brilliant. He wants more, and perhaps a little bit overzealous. He does get dropped by Choi V7, so 3v2, still recoverable for the T side, and that kill pulls it right back into an equilibrium.
Brody's having to look both ways here from the bomb site for the time being. LNZ is here to assist, but there's a man in library, and I don't think they've realized this. Cape is coming back towards the bomb site. Brody doesn't land the no-scope, almost goes down, and eventually Choi V7 comes in for the flank. It's all on LNZ, again rotating over from B.
Yeah, you just got to hit those shots if you're Brody. Such a crucial kill to get. And LNZ, He might not find much space here. Capers would have picked up up, able to deal the damage, and it's 6-4. Diablos are just looking sharper on an individual level. And if that's what this game is going to come down to, well, Diablos have it in the bag.
Feels like that's what Diablos want their game to come down to with how they're playing as well, because they just keep going back to that A bomb site. They just keep going for brawls on towards A. Even when the initial trades don't go their way this time, they're able to come out on top eventually. We've got the AWP in the hands of Choi V7, which is a slight switch up, and Wind and Rain have gone for the Force Buy, but they only have a single primary weapon currently in the hands of Tadpole.
Yeah, Tadpole, the man wielding the hero M4A4. We'll see if he can be the hero for the side. Brody is going to get a little bit of impatient, it seems, here. Emil Shine will have been spotted by Ping, so that information is given over towards the balcony player, and he can fall back. Brody will not walk into the line stand just yet, but that Molotov, that's going to force him to do so. He didn't take damage from it. He's pushed up, but Emil Shine spams just in case the timing came through, and Emil Shine will get the headshot through the smoke. So man advantage picked up here for the T side as Diablos, they want to just make sure they're methodical in their approach. They've lost around like this before, and they've come close a few times as well, so they need to be very careful indeed.
Smoke is in the hands of Capers, so this CT position is likely going to be smoked off in a second here. Nate goes in first, LNZ forced away, and they'll shine again on the lurk. Oh, okay, Swaggy gets the kill in from above. There's one from LNZ going behind that smoke. Swaggy in with another. These pistols are locking this down.
Just stick the A. I mean, Diablos, they went there every time. Well, the one time they try and finish on the B-bomb site, they have just been stopped by the pistols. Capers is going to be dealt with, and again, it just feels like those runs should never happen, but Wind and Rain able to pick apart the mistakes of Diablos and get themselves the headshots, and it didn't feel like there was a very evident mistake that was made that allowed that to happen. I feel like it was just they didn't limit the positions well enough, the flashes weren't good enough, and when they pushed through the smoke, they didn't clear a lot of the areas, and Emil Shine is just kind of there on his own, right? There's no second man in quick enough to get that instant refrag, and that just sort of starts the fall of the house of cards, essentially.
Yeah, it definitely felt like the timing of the push might have been slightly awkward. As you said, they didn't really have players in position to trade quickly. That's why the player could just stand up on top of a position that felt so open, up on top of the second Orange's box. Normally, you'd expect him to be traded out incredibly quickly, but because the rest of the team were a bit further behind, he was able to survive for so long. And that means everyone was focused towards him. The kills come in and around. And it's looking like quite a close game at the start of this one. But Diablos, remember, got off to a really good start. And they've definitely slowed things down a bit. Now that Wind and Rain have got those gun rounds, they're really coming back into this.
It's been a scrappy back and forth affair for sure, and that's kind of what you expect for two teams that are positioned so equally in the lead, in the league, should I say. So obviously only one player separating them, and well, it's going to be a battle. 5th and 6th, funny enough, Alex, and that is currently the scoreline. So we'll see if this is something to come. It's going to be two Kriegs on the CT side. We know how deadly they can be, and well, this is exactly the type of play you like to see. The flashes over the apartments and the double peek in towards second middle. Luckily, Emil Shine gets underneath the balcony quick enough so that he's not spotted, and the rest of Diablos are currently in banana, so that could have been very deadly, but Swaggy's still going to push, and Emil Shine has his knife in his hands, but he pulls the deagle. He spots Swaggy, and the timing is just brutal for Swaggy, and it will be a man advantage picked up for Diablos.
Ends up being a wallbang headshot, and now Ping is alone on this A side of the map. I'm surprised they're not rotating here. He's still solo holding the A site, with Diablos starting to probe on in towards him. Molotov deployed to buy himself some more time, and finally Brody's AWP is rotating over, but Ping really needs some help. Nice aggressive angle, doesn't end up going down just yet, but there it is. Nice kill coming in from Emil Shine, gets his second on the round, and I think this one's over. Wind and Rain can't contest the A site.
Yeah, Diablos just get that early pick, and they don't back off and try and work towards banana because they expect the rotation. And Wind and Rain were kind of banking on that, right? They were kind of banking on, well, they've got the one kill on the A bomb side, but they haven't committed yet. So we're going to keep the stack on the B site. Because a few times now they've decided to try and run back in towards the B bomb site. And when they don't go for that call this time, they stick to their guts, they stay on the A bomb site, and they continue to try and push forward and see what's going on. And luckily enough, they do find success. I do feel like the pit player could have been a little bit more influential, could have just kind of sat there and let the rest of the Diablos players come close, could have had a little bit more impact, played with the cover of the pit. But he is, of course, dropped in the open, and that will be another run on the board for Diablos. Another scrappy one, Alex, another one that probably should have went the way of Wind and Rain. And if you're Wind and Rain, now you've won 2 rounds off the back of pistols, right? And you've won 5 rounds overall. That is not a great percentage to have off the back of pistol wins. And you've also set yourself up in a position where after you win those pistol wins, you have a great chance to try and move forward with some more success on your CT side. And unfortunately, they haven't been able to do it just yet. So looking to try and change that. They've got another buy here, another crack at the whip.
Yeah, both teams not having too much money in the bank at this point of the game. It has been quite a close run thing. You can already see Mr. Hui down to the MAC-10 in this very round. Ping also having to go down to the FAMAS. And again, Diablos are loving life on the A side of the map. They're going back to this site once more. This time, Wind and Rain have taken banana control, so the rotates will start to come over. It's just a question of whether Wind and Rain can rotate over towards A in time.
Well, Ping's just kind of spotting the info, and he's got quite a bit of it here. Has to try and stand in default. Teammate in the back of the bomb site, Mr. Hui, so aggressive, overruns the AWP. And how many times have we seen Brody play the A bomb site with that AWP? It's just so predictable. They know this. They can come up on the site. All they need to do is pressure him, and he can't fall away. He's stuck inside of the site. If he's flashed or he misses the first shot, it's pretty much a death sentence. And Diablos have taken the A bomb site again. This time, Wind and Rain floating with the idea that they might want to attempt this retake, but it's not going to be easy. They have got utility, they start to clear the positions, but if they lose this one, there is nothing available in the bank.
Yeah, I think Wind and Rain were just maybe seeing if they could get some kills with their nades, but as soon as that doesn't happen, they decide it's time to back away. Like you were pointing out, playing so passive back towards the A bomb site round after round. You would expect to see that AWP maybe sometimes go towards banana, certainly sometimes play over towards A long, which is a position Wind and Rain have been losing. Definitely feels like that switch up needs to come through. And even though Wind and Rain were trying to rotate over to the A site, they were trying to stack it, we've seen Diablos be willing to go for these fast A plays in so many rounds. So I feel like Wind and Rain have got to be aware of that now. They really need to adapt to how Diablos are playing, because it's almost always that A site that's been the problem. Yeah,
Mr. Hui's just kind of running around like a headless chicken, right? As soon as he gets the MAC-10 in his hands, it's like he's pumped up, he's ready to go. Too much energy, he's just got to release it all, and he runs straight towards the A bomb site. Well, there's a good kill from Swaggy. K-Piz is going to be finished off. And, Ents has just spotted the jumping player in towards Banana. This is going to be quite a bit of aggression coming in, but a great flashbang from Choi V7 actually prevents Swaggy from spotting anyone. The triple nade coming in towards Banana. They clear everything. Nothing going on here at the minute as Diablos look to try and clear through. And will be Tadpole with the pickup on towards Immel Shine. And it's going to be a 3v4 here. Smoked on in towards CT. Yes, Diablos may have the man deficit, but they've got the advantage in terms of weaponry across 3 players. They move into the site, but that is gone. LNZ with a big pickup. A kill could have come through there from Brody, but unfortunately cannot line it up. And so 2 come in from Ents, but Ping, he's got the perfect push. He'll find both players. The bomb plant not denied, but he gets the 2 kills nevertheless. And the defuse comes through immediately. And Diablos just kept losing players in towards that B site.
Yeah, I think Diablos were feeling like they had to go towards B after they lost Emil Shine, who was on the lurk over towards the A side of the map. Tadpole won a 1v1 fight against Emil Shine, which was a really massive factor there because that was the big hitter taken out of the round for Diablos. They were left with only banana control to work with, so they felt like they couldn't really risk going back towards A. They weren't exactly sure how much aggression would have come against them, so they feel pressured into pushing the B site, and that's where Wind and Rain have a good enough setup to win it out on the trades. But it's back to the quick A aggression, Dinko, straight into top mid.
Well, yeah, to go back to what was working last, and they go straight in towards A long. Again, it's completely open. They've got nothing watching here. Finally, a kill coming in from Ping. Make it 2, and Mr. Hui's looking to try and drop him. And the reload timing couldn't have been worse. 3v3. Mr. Hui does get the trade in. Still a smoke on Brody. Smoke's still available on the T side as well. I was waiting for that Moto smoke to come through, but eventually it's in. So it's 3v3. At least 2 players are low on this T side, but the position of Shine is going to be so strong. It's so difficult to deal with if he gets the timing right. He's just spotted one. He needs that kill. At least he got one. That was almost a nightmare scenario where he walks away with nothing, but that leaves the 2 low HP players here. Flash around the corner. Mr. Hui gets one, but Choi V7, 1v1 here. Stuck in the boxes, needs the kill, and plays a bit of an aggressive stance on the box, and he'll catch the head of Swaggy. Ryan coming in, a 9-6 half.
Yeah, Diabolus again going towards the A site. It was just such a problem position for Wind and Rain throughout the half. They weren't able to use their nades early to deny the aggression. They weren't able to use their AWP either, which is what you'd expect to see. Maybe just an AWP holding it A long would have been a really good counter to that sort of play coming in from Diabolus, but it just didn't happen anywhere near often enough. Overall, Diabolus will be happy to get 9 rounds out of that half. It's just a question now of whether they can continue that into their CT side. No kits for Diabolus into this one. They will be looking to lock down the bomb sites, while Wind and Rain have got 2 sets of nades moving in towards Banana.
I'm interested to see what Wind and Rain actually have planned here. So, no apps control immediately here because Diabolus have just pushed up. They get the info, they see inside of second middle. That's a very proactive way of playing towards the apartments, and that allows them to keep this stack in the B bomb site. And they'll keep one in towards dark, one in second oranges, and one towards CT gathering that info. No utility, so it has to be headshots here for the CT side. Smoke should come in for CT. Molotov perhaps even in towards first oranges, and one towards the coffins most likely. There goes the smokes. Ping able to find the headshot on towards Capers. Molotov towards coffins. And it is preventing anybody from peeking now, but it doesn't really matter. They're finding the kills as they run towards the bomb site here, Wind and Rain. 2 for Ping. Tadpole got 1 before falling. And Choi V7 is trying to play a little bit of an angle there on the edge of the smoke, but Wind and Rain have this one on lockdown.
Yeah, without the kits on the Diabolus side, in a 2v4 retake, you just don't see a way in for them. Nice shot from Choi V7. At least warming up the aim, at least getting a bit of extra money at the end there. But Wind and Rain are going to have this pistol round almost guaranteed. There's the kill they were looking for. 7 rounds on the board for Wind and Rain. Now it's a question of, do we see this 4 spy come in from the CT side? Inferno's definitely a map where you'd think the weapons could be capable up close. SMGs, maybe shotguns even, are possible. But Diabolus might just want to save to get the full gun round into the next, and that's the option they've taken. Yeah. 0 investment.
Yeah, quite a conservative approach,
okay,
until Shine ruins it right at the end. And yeah, Deagle in his hands, I feel like could do some damage here, but you would have liked maybe him to stay on 2k. We'll see what sort of impact that has in the next few rounds after this. Unless they go for the approach where, there we go, Shine kills everyone. That could also be another one. Yeah, it's got the first on towards Brody. But I was about to say, they could go for the approach where they take another low buy into this next round. And they buy Deagle's Kevlar, maybe a scout in the hands of one player. See what you can do with him, and then get a really solid buy moving into their first gun round. And you would still, you know, not be behind. You would definitely be starting to lose that lead that you have. But there is a chance here for Diabolus to cause some problems to the economy of Wind and Rain as they come in towards the A site. There's only 1 player here, though, and it is Choi V7 inside of the pit. Not even in the pit. He's up on towards Graveyard, actually. And it's Wind and Rain starting to wrap contact play here. They haven't cleared it just yet, but eventually they will look over the top. Goodbye, Choi V7. Ping clears the angle. Very methodical approach, not leaving any stone unturned. And the bomb can get planted here with Diabolus left in a 4v4. Retake, not so possible, but maybe a few exits, or they create enough chaos inside of the A site where they find a few headshots.
Well, they found a MAC-10 for Capers, a bit more weaponry to work with. And it looks like they are just going to be hanging around, trying to cut off all of the exit points. They have got every single position locked down right now, but Wind and Rain could always save in towards the pit. Looks looks like they're exiting through the apartments though. LNZ leads the way. Mr. Hui hears this and they haven't cleared him, but he doesn't land a single shot. Capers gets 1 kill in the meantime, but it looks like it's Wind and Rain finding all the frags necessary, not losing too many players at the end there. And Diabolus are going to be buying into this round, but they are going to be quite limited on the utility. Mr. Hui's gone down to the MP9 just to get 1 full set of nades, but it's not going to be easy to take banana control with this little utility.
We'll see if they even attempt it. There will be some utility being used up. Close Molotovs completely gotten rid of. Swaggy is the front man, pushing in with a Mac 10, but he will be dropped by his teammate. Kill in from Mr. Hui. Ping able to pick up 2 more though, so rectifies the mistake, but still an advantage sides with Diabolus.
Oh, Ping is still going. 3 kills, 4 if you count the team kill, but he needs the ace in the round. Flash goes up towards Banana, but Ping is looking back, waiting to see if Emil Shine overextends, and he's really caught in 2 minds here.
This would be the perfect way to make up for that early mistake of dropping Swaggy, right? So Ping in a really doable position at this point. Flash going in towards the site. He finds the fight against Mr. Hui. He's only on 19 HP. So Ping, realistically, if he had went a little bit earlier, he would have had an easier fight here because all he's done is let Emil Shine go back and rotate in towards the Coffins. But this does leave a free avenue in towards the A-bomb site. And if he decides to tuck tail and just run straight towards that site, that would be the perfect call from him. So Ping going back up towards the bottom of middle. He needs to get his running shoes on eventually. 35 seconds left. I like this. He's making the CTs guess, right? He's keeping them guessing on the bomb site.
Yeah, the one problem is he has to clear, you can see all these positions because Emil Shine was pushed down mid. So he's taking a lot of time, but luckily because the A site is clear, if he goes A, which he should, he can actually get the bomb down. I don't think he's got time to go B.
He doesn't have time to go B at this point. He's taking too long. He has to run out towards the site pretty much now. And actually, he's left himself with a lot more dangerous angles to check because he was clearing mid so long, but he will get the bomb planted. It's not planted for pit. So that becomes a problem. He hadn't had time to clear the pit, so he has to go for the safe approach. And because pit is empty, that would have been obviously the prime place to take. But he's in a decent position. They line up. There's the first and the second as Ping will get the ace clutch. 5 kills picked up. In fact, 6 as he dropped his own teammate at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, really well done by Ping. And he's not one of the players we discussed earlier on in the game. We were saying from the pre-game that it was, you know, players like Tadpole, Brody, and Swaggy that we expected to see step up. But Ping has decided he wants to have a go, and he should be in a good position now to put his team into the lead, as they are only against the Pistols in this round.
Yeah, 24-7 on Ping right now. He's the top fragger on the server overall. We've seen a hot start from Emil Shine, but hasn't really had the same impact that Ping has had that previous round. Mr. Hui peeking in towards bottom banana. He'll play in towards the corner at the half wall. Utility should come around the corner, but if the timing's right here for Mr. Hui, he might just get 1.
Quickly traded out by Tadpole, and there it is again. Ping's SG gets a kill in towards top mid. I think that was Emil Shine having a look with the Deagle, trying to land a shot, which he did land previously. Not this time, though. Ents holding up close in the boiler. There is a rotation coming in to help him out, and Ents has somehow got aggressive. He slipped through the cracks here. This could pay off for him.
Well, Choiv7 flashed and maybe could have picked up the first kill, but they run right past him. He will get 1, but the trade's in from Ping. Ents has to do some damage here, and the timing might be off in the pit player. He cannot connect a headshot. In fact, Swaggy will find that. So 1v3 here, retake attempt from Capers. He's got an SG, but he's got no kit, no Kevlar. He might as well save. CT side Krieg can be deadly. Oh. Brody was slightly fatter, he would have seen him.
Yeah, I don't think this is doable. As you said, Capers is hanging around, perhaps unnecessarily here. There's 1 kill. Should probably get away at this point. Ping has taken damage, so I don't know if he's safe in the pit, but he gets the kill anyway. Will the bomb go off? Yes, Ping does die at the end there, so it's a bit more damage done, and I guess Diabolus can still buy, but like you were saying, it might have been nice to have that SG on the CT side. Now they're stuck with the M4s and, of course, the AWP for Choi V7.
More importantly, it would have given more utility to work with here on the CT side, and that's something they've been lacking a little bit in terms of their banana control. They haven't really been able to hold off this fast, aggressive pace that Wind and Rain have been throwing at them. Well, they will run up on towards the site. It goes in towards deep banana, but doesn't really do too much at all.
No, and Diabolus are not even fighting for the banana control this time, after losing battles here previously. Lobbed over the top, flashbang to help LNZ out. It's his teammate Smolly in front of him, but he gets the kill anyway. Cape is able to trade it back around, but now Diabolus have to respond to the fact that he is alone towards B. Rotation's coming through. Aggression is also coming through second mid. That's where Emilshine has just found this frag, and Wind and Rain must feel very, very locked into this B site now. They've lost complete A control.
Well, Tadpole's going to take some damage. He's dropped to 58 and even lower, not 14. The flash is good. It keeps Capers back for the meantime. Choi V7 will take away Ping. Tadpole with 1 kill. There's the second from Tadpole. And perfect stuff coming in here. Gives his team a chance to win this as the bomb gets planted. No kit on the CT side. Diabolus looking to try and get back in towards the bomb site, but Brody's going for the aggressive stance, and he's picked off the kill on towards Ents. Emilshine moving back in, but has to be the incredible clutch. There's the first, has a Molotov, knows exactly where Brody is, and he'll smoke it off. Brody pushes forward, and a grit headshot. Brody's been quiet, but this is a grit time to wake up.
Man, I don't know how the hell he finds that angle onto Emilshine, but he manages to make it work. And Wind and Rain keep on going, keep on chugging along on their T side, out to an 11-9 lead. And this is a map that we haven't seen Wind and Rain play so far in the regular season. They've been leaning much more towards Mirage. They've played that 4 times. They've played Train, they've played Nuke, but never Inferno. So to see them show up in such an important game is really great for them. And Tadpole has already found them the opening.
Well, Emilshine. Oh no, the timing was nearly perfect, but Ping, he has his number. And well, Emilshine has been pretty stellar, but unfortunately, Ping has been even better. And Wind and Rain are loving that at the minute. Ping actually goes towards the Mac 10 out of these low HP. Good kill from Brody, who is starting to find some success, hitting shots. He was quiet on the CT side. And well, Capers somehow gets a double on the CZ, finally dealt with. But a 1v3 still isn't looking likely here for Ents, but at least the 2 kills come in. He will peek into the open, trying to catch more, and there's a double kill, nearly it! Oh my god, he finds 3, and that is ridiculous from Ents, and that was a round that was looking surely done for Wind and Rain, but the CZs, they come through.
3 with 1 clip of the CZ, only 12 bullets to use. He has to tap away for the final frag, but he gets the headshot he was looking for. That is absolutely absurd. And we see a pause come through right after that one. I think both teams might need a bit of time here to really just recollect after what just happened.
Yeah, that is pretty ridiculous. Here's Ents with the triple. First kill comes in. Luckily, it was the low HP player, but the control on getting that third is just ridiculous. That CZ, it's not easy once you start to rattle off those shots, right? It becomes very difficult to handle, and the composure to find that third player is incredible.
It was the last bullet that ended up going to the face.
Pistols.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like Wind and Rain probably could have traded him.
Yeah, definitely.
But, you know, if they miss their shots, that's the risky run.
It's kind of like Chaos, right? With Smoke CT, that's a position that we don't have to worry about now, right? That's kind of the mindset behind that. And it kind of makes them sit back, relax, a little bit larger perhaps. And unfortunately, when the push comes through, they're just kind of caught off guard by it. And very, very great stuff there on the pistol. But you guys at home seem to think Wind and Rain are quite the favourites. Has been very close.
Yeah, it's not that, you know, one-sided in the votes either. 61%.
Still, it's pretty one-sided.
You know, seen more one-sided ones. It's definitely feeling like a close game, though. Wind and Rain right now, they were looking good on their T side previously, heading into the rounds before that one. But now that they've lost one of these, we'll have to see if they can keep on going, because it's not like they had amazing money, if I remember correctly. we will be taking a look shortly because we should be heading back into the game. Wind and Rain 1 round up. But this one is certainly not over, and yes, Wind and Rain's money is going to be terrible. Failed run boost towards mid. They wanted to get the AWP out there quickly. They decide to play safe though, which is probably the better option against what is a very weak buy.
That's just one of those things you call from spawn. Do you know how to run boost mid? I think so. They just kind of attempted on the fly, and with the lack of practice, you know, it doesn't really work for them now, unfortunately. And emilshine, he's pushed up, and a great decision to go towards the apartments, it seems, with a double kill coming in. ENCE is just in below, and a great kill from choiv7. And while that pistol pickup might have been enough just to get this momentum back in favor of Diablos, but LNZ not over yet. Has picked off ENCE. 1 minute and 10 seconds left as LNZ has to pull off the 1v3. 1 minute and 3 seconds left on the clock. Comes down to whether or not he can pick off this close player. And Mr. Hui, just completely unaware of any other angle, fully commits to Boiler, and it works out for him. Mr. Hui with the drive-by headshot. It's 11-11. Make a wish.
I think Wind and Rain will be wishing for some more money
Yeah.
right now, because it's back-to-back low buys for them.
Well, they're going to get their wish in the next round, but they have won off the back of pistols themselves twice in this game so far, so it's not a done deal. Wind and Rain could still pick this up, but we'll see if they can find any success. choiv7 goes for the aggressive pick. Luckily for Wind and Rain, no one falls to it.
Ooh, nades doing damage though. Brody and LNZ down to half health. They have got much more utility on the T side this time around, so that gives them better opportunities to maybe catch a player out, to be able to close the distance. If you blind up one man, you can force him away and maybe even catch him out. Good effort from emilshine on the spam, but the timing isn't quite right. Smoke deployed quite early from Diablos. In fact, they've used almost all their utility early into this one. Here come the flashes into the A site. emilshine drops down to the pit, but there's a player already close by. Trade eventually comes in, but choiv was out in the open. It's up to ENCE to anchor this site, and he gets a double. ENCE somehow still alive, but eventually the trade comes in.
Well, bomb is on the floor, and Mr. Hui has an angle, or did, because Swaggy on the edge of the smoke catches him off. It's all on Capers. The flash towards his face. He looks away from it, knows where Swaggy is, can see the tippity top of his head every now and then, but cannot pick off the kill. And Capers backed into the corner. The Molotov does not spread to him, and he's able to pick off Swaggy. 1v1, flash into the air. It's a good one. And, well, he's won it. Capers just picks up the 1v2. A great second kill coming in as well, as LNZ just doesn't quite catch the timing, running back in towards the bomb site, and it will be 12-11.
Yeah, being out in the open, as soon as that flash lands, as soon as you get blinded, you are in real trouble. Good flash bouncing back off the wall. I'm not sure if LNZ realized it was going to bounce back so far. So Diablos head into the slightest of leads. Again, Ping is just 1 kill away from 30 frags, and yet Wind and Rain are still struggling in this one. emilshine getting aggressive. He's been a bit quieter on this CT side, but still solid for the Diablos team. emilshine wants to take this fight, but is he expecting this angle? Even if he was, it didn't matter. Ping was so quick on the trigger. There is that 30th kill we were talking about.
Oh, timing on Ping. He wants to go back in for a little bit more. ENCE luckily backs away. So no death coming his way just yet. Minute and 5 seconds. Wind and Rain certainly telegraphing they want to head in towards the A bomb site, having every single player over here. And well, Diablos has just re-smoked top banana, so they have no info that there's anybody even close. So at this point, it comes down to what sort of utility Diablos have to hold this off. But eventually, Wind and Rain are going to sprint in here, and ENCE needs to be careful. The angle, as soon as the smoke fades, is going to be very susceptible to death. So he starts to back off, and that's the right call indeed. And here comes the push. Wind and Rain coming in. That drop should be heard by the player close to the apartments, but ENCE, he's going to peek into the open, catches off the bomb carrier, but not the kill in towards apartments just yet, as the bomb plant comes through. And it will be a 3v4. Diablos looking for the retake, and I don't think it's going to happen, so they have to save on. And we're back to even odds again. It's 12-12.
Yeah, quite a comfortable round win for Wind and Rain in the end here. Ping picks up the opening kill over towards the apartments. Then they get the 1-for-1 trade towards short. Brody goes in first. Tadpole's there to trade him out. And that's all that's needed to take control of this A site. I think we're seeing these teams on their CT sides, once they go down to 4 players, they want to stack one of those sites more heavily. They want to stack 3 players towards either A or B, because they feel like it's worth taking a risk at that point. It's very difficult to hold these sites in those sort of 2v4 scenarios. And even though Wind and Rain all take a ton of damage from the bomb, they are all good to go, saving those 4 rifles into the next round. As for Diabolus, they saved a few guns of their own, but Ents and Emil Shine have slightly questionable money. They are going to be stuck on the CZs. Reasonable buy for Diabolus, all things considered, with those 3 guns being saved over, but certainly some limitations.
Yeah. What a game to start off the final sort of day of regulation games. Great matchup so far. It's been a blockbuster, but Joy 7 is going to be dropped to 54. Utility coming in towards Banana. Grenade clearing the sandbags. Molotov close by. Wind and Rain have been quite good at their nade usage in towards Banana. It's been quite impressive on the T side, to be honest. They had triple nade setups when they're running there. It's been quite solid indeed. We'll see if Diablos can pull off the impossible again with the CZs. They were the weapons that want them to run a little bit earlier. They got them right back into this, and well, there's the kill for them. Emil Shine should be cut off here, though. It's Ents that will drop Ping. The great bait and switch setup. Emil Shine made the noise to run back, trying to bait Ping to look his way, and the Boiler player could just stand there and take the easy kill. Choi V7 drops Tadpole, and this is looking good for Diablos. 2v4, they've got a 2-man advantage, make it 3, with that kill coming in from Capiz. It leaves Brody in a 1v4 here with a smoke up in front of his face. He can't see anything, he can't take isolated fights, so has to push forward, and Capiz has his number. Diablos into the lead.
Smart setup from Diablos, heavily stacked into the apartments. It was definitely a risk putting so many players in that sort of position, but this is a round where you want to take a risk, where you have some of those weaker weapons, where you have those CZs. They can do so much damage up close, and there was just no way Wind and Rain were going to expect a 3rd player in towards Boiler. They assumed that there'd be a player watching top mid. So the risk pays off for Diablos. They win the opening fights. And look at what it has done to Wind and Rain's buy. A couple of players forced down to weaker weapons. Swaggy on the CZ, Brody on the Desert Eagle. They do have good utility on the T side, but if they lose this round, they could be in real trouble in the overall context of the game.
Molotov deep in towards apartment. Swaggy forced back. Flashbang ready to go over the top of the wall around the corner. And the rest of Wind and Rain starting to charge on in. 3 players towards top Banana. Diablos, 1 player in towards Library, scoped in. The player off towards his left, Mr. Hui, backing him up, but it seems like Wind and Rain are going to go for the right decision and go back in towards Banana. And Capiz, he's just spotting for information here, jumping over the half wall, has the Molotov ready to try and slow things down, but he hasn't thrown it, and instead has to run away straight away. So there's going to be nothing holding off this. Finally, the Molotov comes in, but they're going to run right through it. And Capiz, he's flashed and he's dropped, and that's a great couple of kills coming here from Tadpole and Brody. And the bomb site, it has been taken by the Pistols. Wind and Rain, they look to try and hold on as Diablos coming back in with a 3v5 retake attempt. It's not going to be easy for them. They have got 2 kits, but the utility is not there, and they have to fall back. They know winning this retake is definitely unlikely, and so they will have to concede another. It'll be 13-13. Once again, we are even.
Yeah, Capiz was maybe a little delayed throwing that incendiary, as you said. Then when he does throw it, it bounces off the wall, so it goes quite deep. And it means that Wind and Rain can actually run through it without too many difficulties. They even had the smoke eventually to get themselves on towards the B site safely. Really good read from Wind and Rain to push towards B so fast. They were aware of the fact it's likely only the 1 man there. And because of that read over towards B, they win the round, only needing a couple of kills to pick up their 13th. Again, this game is completely even, and in case you have forgotten, Diabolus are safe from relegation, but they are playing for better seeding heading into the playoffs. Wind and Rain, though, will want to be picking up points here because depending on other results, they could still get relegated. So it could be a really important win for them here. It could be a really important couple of rounds, and this boost pays off. Emilshine in with the opening.
We haven't really seen that, right? We haven't seen that boost come in. We've seen Diabolus attempt a few sort of gimmicks in towards middle that may be good for a pick. And when you're in these close scenarios where it's 13-13, you know, it's been back and forth. These small little novelty plays are going to be what gets you a lot of these opening kills and give you that edge in a lot of these rounds. And while we're so late in the game that a great advantage like this may be enough to tip the scales in Diabolus' favor if they can capitalize off of this early pick. Wind and Rain look to try and salvage some control in towards the A bomb site. Going to do that by using quite a bit of utility. Smoked off short, Molotov close towards long, but Ents, oh, they're going to boost Emilshine up again. Oh, he failed the boost initially, but he's going to get one kill, nearly a second, and well, that's a bit of a missed opportunity on 2 kills, but Emilshine certainly has done enough.
Wind and Rain slowed down by that. They weren't sure if they want to commit into this A site. Angle, great shot, Swaggy. Gets the one shot off before he dies, and LNZ in with another kill on towards the A site. Back to the 2v1 as Ping finds yet another frag for Wind and Rain, and it's all down to K-Piz.
It was looking so good for Diabolus, but now it's all onto K-Piz. The 1v2, the positions are so strong as well from Wind and Rain, and there's the headshot. LNZ spots him, and it's 14-13. Wind and Rain into the lead, and they win a crucial round as well. Diabolus, their money is gone on 3 players. Choi V7 and Emilshine, they now become the bank.
That was just some incredible aim coming out from Wind and Rain there. So many quick headshots with the SG. Long-range fights coming in with the scopes coming through. Wind and Rain are looking very good to get up to map point here because Diabolus have not got much to work with.
So Emilshine was 2.1k left in the bank after buying that M4. He starts to go for the head armor as well as a late round decision. It's completely useless against the this buy, the T side, so he does get a kill, makes up for it, but yeah, it could have been a little better for him if he had saved some extra dollars, but he does get that kill. And Wind and Rain starting to gather up inside of Banana. Smoke towards top middle. Mr. Hui and K-Piz look to try and hold on with a CZ and a P250 as the first kill comes in. Doesn't quite happen this time on the CZ with the CT push, but Mr. Hui will grab another on the P250, and that'll keep the advantage in favor of the CT side.
2 players stomping up Banana in for this retake. Ents looking to go in first. He's got the rifle behind him. There's a gun to recover for him, though. AK into his hands. LNZ almost lines them up, but it's all on Ping. He's not looking the right way. There's a player coming in from the side, but he gets the flip and the follow-up. Ping wins the round for his team, somehow coming away with both of those kills. And of course, it had to be Ping to pull his team through for map point.
I know it's the first game of the day, but this is definitely a play. This is a performance worthy of a Prem VP already. There has to be some sort of nuclear performance from someone else today, because Ping has just been delivering time and time again. And Wind and Rain has done nothing but rely on this guy in a lot of these rounds, and Ping has delivered. And again, he wasn't even a player that touched our lips when we were talking about potential stars to show up. And, well, sometimes you have a good game in a game like this where everything is going his way. He's making the right decision every time. And well, he's put them up to map point.
Flash comes in, LNZ with a bit of early damage. Oh no, there's a molly behind him. He's almost dead, down to 4 health. Very, very sweaty right there.
Fire would do that too. But 15-13. Even if Diabolus win this, unless they win it with 5 people staying alive or 4 people staying alive, their money will still be pretty questionable. Good kill from Swaggy. No reply yet, so man advantage picked up for Wind and Rain.
Diabolus are rotating a 3rd man over here. He's not committing though, he's sticking in CT and the nades are already coming into this A site. Cape is blinded, fully blinded, but Tadpole can't clear it. Cape needs to do more, but he doesn't find the kill. And Diablos are going to have to try, but this is almost all but over. Mr. Hui is in a very, very tough position.
I would go as far as impossible. Mr. Hui, he will be domed, and it's Ping to seal the deal. Of course it is. What a performance from Ping. We did say, you know, if Shine shows up in a big way, that could be enough to take Diablos over the line. It happened. He did show up in a big way, but Ping, well, he was just there, bigger and better.
Yeah, that clutch at the end, I feel like should not have happened.
Yeah.
The player pushing in from Ruins, I thought had the angle on towards him, but Ping just about turns it around and then obviously gets the second kill on the follow-up. That really felt like the turning point at the end there. In such a close game, he gets them the win.
There was so many potential turning points as well, right? We've seen the CZ clip come through that could have turned the tides. We've seen big performances from both sides, but overall, just a great game.
Yeah, Mealshine at the start, again, had a really solid start to the game. He also had a great performance, could have been the MVP if we didn't see such a great game from Ping.
Indeed. Well, that's only the first game. We've got plenty more coming up next, and if they're like that one, we're in for a treat. Join us after the break.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Premiership. We've just had an incredible opening best of one. We did have some incredible players, but there's so many of them to choose for. And so you at home can obviously have your say in picking that one player that you think is the player of the match. So make sure you head over towards @ESL UK and have your say on the polls of which you believe is the player that deserves player of the match. Because I do feel it has to be Ping, personally. I'm not going to try and sway your decision at home, but I certainly would put one in for Ping.
Yeah, I think it's got to be either him or Emilshine. Those were the two that were really standing out for their respective teams. It felt like it was a battle between those two, but we have more games to focus on, Dinko.
We do indeed, and well, this one is the match to watch, right? This is the one we've always sort of pitched as the match to watch from the beginning of the day. We've had a very close first game, but this one could be even better, right? We've got Vex taking on Endpoint, and this is a battle for second and third place. These teams are incredible rosters for two different reasons. I feel like Vex are more practiced, more well-rounded, but Endpoint just have incredible skill.
Yeah, we take a look at the Vexed roster now. Very reliable and stable roster we've seen throughout the season. We've, again, discussed them quite a few times, but Adam is that in-game leader. Mezzy, we talked about earlier, as a very, very versatile player. He's been playing on the AWP recently for this team. Link is always just very solid. Similar with Cray, he's been a bit up and down this season, I would say, a bit more inconsistent, but when he plays well, he has been top fragging in some games for them. And then Eccles, as that recent addition, I think hasn't found the form he maybe could in this team. I think it might take him a bit more time to really fit in, but he has been bringing some good factors to this squad. He's been able to make some individual plays.
Oh, we are starting to get used to a lot of the names here at Endpoint. There are some changes here and there every now and then, and well, Tudson's actually going to be playing Robin, Sev, and of course Pulse. So this roster is changing a little bit, but the incredible thing for me is Tudson just played against Astralis today.
He did just earlier today. Nearly even took that first map against them, so that is exciting. I think the core of this Endpoint team throughout the season has been Robin, Russ, and Pulse. Robin is that in-game leader, and then, like you said, we've had a couple of other names mixed in there. Mighty Max has played in some weeks. We've seen Tudson, we've seen Thomas, Safe this week as well. So yes, they have other players mixed in, but these are normally very skilled players they are bringing into the team, and Robin generally likes to call a fairly simple and well-structured, but a simple style of play, so I think it works fine.
Well, we are getting right in towards the maps. There's going to be Vertigo coming in as a ban immediately for Endpoint, no floating that one at all, and a ban of Train coming in for Vexed.
Yeah, so these two teams actually played in ESEA Advanced back earlier in this month, on the 2nd of October. They played on Vertigo, and Vexed won 16-5. So banning Vertigo straight away from Endpoint, kind of to be expected based on that past result. And then Vexed taking out Mirage. That has normally been a big strength for them, but recently I feel like they've moved away from that a bit, so they actually ban it here.
So yeah, that is weird to see Vex banning Mirage, because that has been a map where they've picked, like you said, but they have had some shaky results on it here and there, and Nuke coming in as a ban for Endpoint. You know, you want to get towards a puggy map if you're Endpoint, right? You want to try and use those individuals and maximize the chances of picking one up. We've seen them play Dust 2, so that's still in the pool here for Endpoint. That could be a potential map they go to. I'm just interested to see whether or not Vex will ban it, and they indeed have. So Inferno coming through as a ban, and we find ourselves in Overpass.
Yeah, so a few points here for Vexed, with the Mirage one as well. Remember, last season, we casted this exact matchup. It ended up on Mirage, and Vexed won 16-5 or something crazy like that. They stomped Endpoint. So we're definitely seeing a switch up in the map pool, I think, now that Eccles has come in, because Overpass was a map that they rarely used to play. Now they're willing to play it in this best of one. So we are seeing Vexed switch things up. You would expect Vexed to be good on a map like Overpass, though. This is where you'd expect the structure of Vexed to really shine through.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to see if they have practice on this. I know Vex are a team that do a lot of work in the server and will find set pieces. I don't really know how much work Endpoint are going to be doing. I think it's going to be very much just a plug-and-play system where they try and use those individuals to wield success. And while Overpass is a map with a lot of open aim duels, you can see a lot of individuals have impact if they decide to go for these fast contact pushes. And I'm just looking forward to seeing what both teams have to deliver, because I feel like they do sort of conflict in playstyles a little bit.
Yeah, this is the first time we're seeing Vexed play Overpass this season of Prem. They've taken until the last week to play this one, whereas Endpoint have played it against Velox. They beat them 16-10, so that's at least something to go off from the Endpoint side, but again, they are switching up their players fairly often. So overall, maybe a bit more of an unknown quantity from Vexed. We haven't seen it as much from them, but that means that if they have put some work into this very important game, that's when you could really see that shine through. That's when you could see Vexed maybe find some counters to Endpoint. So, like you were pointing out, definitely a clash in styles, and that's something we will absolutely be keeping an eye on heading into what is a massive game for both these teams. They are both going to want to go straight to those LAN finals.
Yeah, and you'd almost be disappointed if these teams don't go there, right? These are the names you want to see at the finals for very different reasons. You know, you want to see Vex have that sort of team, right? The solid team. We want to see the UK have a team that can stick together for a long time and sort of have some sort of success. Whereas Endpoint, it's kind of every best individual just tossed into a roster and see what they can do with it. It's going to be Russ pushing up towards middle early. It's very standard, sort of one player in towards middle to gather info with a 4 stacking in towards B. Great push in towards water with 2 players here as well. Tudson pushed up with Pulse, and then we'll get a lot of info off the back of this.
Tudson has just gone off the angle, but he goes back to spot those players out. Adam only has a Molotov, so they can't flash, they can't smoke, they've just got to go for the contact play. Safe forced to fall back. Cray looking for the entry frags, and they are getting shut down here. They can't get onto the site. Kills coming in. Robin in with a double. Cray eventually gets the 1-tap back for his squad, but without the nades, they are just fighting from too many different angles. I think the players on short were the big difference maker here. Vex could not get onto the site, and Eccles is just desperately searching for a way in, searching for a shot, but he can't find it. Russ taking damage. However, the kill will come on in. Endpoint pick up the pistol.
Well, 1-0. It was scrappy as Endpoint went back and forth. The standard setup early in towards middle with the 1 player spawning for the info. Aggression in towards short as well. Good stuff from Endpoint. I enjoyed that pistol run from them. And well, technical pulse, should I say, coming through early. Hopefully nothing too serious as we want to get right into the action. This is a very anticipated matchup. Both teams actually failing to beat Fierce. So these are the 3 top teams that we'd expect to do well, and we've seen them battle against Fierce, we've seen them battle against each other, but finally we get to see Endpoint versus Vexed. And this is one that could definitely go either way. We've kind of painted that picture. And well, a pretty scrappy first pistol, but Endpoint will get the start that they want. Only be able to find success in the second round as well.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for Vex, the idea on the pistol round was clearly get onto the B site quickly, but when there are players pushed on short, they can be such a thorn in your backside. It really was the perfect counter there from Endpoint onto the pistol. We do see the Force Spy come into the second round from Vexed though. Even though they can't afford any premium rifles, they've got to pick up the Galils, but the utility over the top. 3 nades trying to land on towards any players boosting over towards short, but there is no one there from Endpoint. So unfortunately for Vexed, their nade stack not going to net them the opening frag. Now they will fall back and look over towards the other side of the map.
Well, Vexed starting to slowly walk in towards middle. The closest player is Safe, and he is just in behind the wall, playing pretty safe. With a FAMAS though. We'll see if he can do any damage as the players are coming in towards his location. He will look away. Russ looking to peek in towards middle, but goes back in towards long at this point. 55 seconds. They could get caught off here. Safe, he's just going to be caught by the contact play. Had no idea they were so close. And King Mezzi, he explodes onto the first player, but the rest of the push coming in from Vexed. They will start to come through. Russ luckily able to trade back. And good damage on the utility as well here. Vexed. A little bit of a struggle, some push in towards the A-bomb site, but eventually they will get the plant. And Endpoint playing for the 4v4 retake.
Yeah, bomb planted. Vex can sit back in the bathrooms, and Endpoint don't have anyone flanking. They need to force the fights towards this bathroom's position. You can see the push coming on in. Pulse gets one in mid-air. The SMG managing to make it work onto the first man, and look at the low health bars. Eccles, the only man left, and Endpoint are going to get on towards the bombs. Not a bad round for Vexed in terms of putting themselves in a decent position to try and get the win. Maybe a little bit of luck coming in from Endpoint with Pulse picking up the mid-air frag, but the SMG can fire those shots very quickly, especially the MP9. Sometimes that's going to happen. You can be surprisingly accurate while moving with the SMGs. And with Vex getting the bomb down, they can go for a small investment into this one. but it's only going to be Desert Eagles across the board.
Oh, liking this cam path. Shown it to Zarks, who is hitting the numbers. Well, Vexed with the Deagles. It will be the Kevlar on Adam. The only player with some sort of Kevlar. He will be the man pressured early here by Safe, who's coming up close. Adam's just trying to play the angle. If he eventually walks around, he'll spot the head of Safe, and oh no, that is almost a disaster for Adam. He eventually will take the kill, running right in towards Russ though. He was able to deal with that offense push. A second kill coming in as well from Russ. He's doing a great job of sort of blocking down middle. Safe has died a few times here and that, so you need to be a little bit more careful. Tudson will get rid of King Mezzi, leaving Eccles and Cray alone in the world. And Cray actually gets one there. I thought he had almost died, but stays alive on 10 HP. Not yet perished.
Shots from Cray coming close. Tudson takes some more damage, but he has the smoke to keep him safe. It looked like earlier there, Vexed just weren't ready for the position of Russ in towards Party. I feel as though he was able to get away with 2 kills quite easily, and unfortunately for Vexed, they don't have too much time left to work with. They also don't even recover the gun that Adam got earlier. So that's a shame for them as they move into B with just the pistols.
Oh, that is a great shot from Craig, but he was 10 HP, so the grenade gets rid of him, and barely staying alive here is Eccles. He wants to move forward, but eventually has to go for the plant. He's going to stick it, so at least money in the bank, but he'll be dropped immediately after. And it will be the defuse for Endpoint. 3-0 here, as they find themselves a pretty solid lead, but it hasn't been too clean, you know. Vex have been chipping away at them. They've been consistently finding these kills. And look at the money on Pulse, right? So he's going to rely on a drop, and Vex have a load of cash in the bank. So by finally coming in from Vex, they're going to have everything they possibly want. And I wouldn't be surprised if we just see a sort of straight up execute or a set piece come in here from Vex straight off the bat, because this is an important round that they need to win.
Yeah, especially with Endpoint investing into the double AWPs, they have really put a lot of emphasis onto this round. If they lose this one, they will not be buying into the next, or at least not with a strong buy. Russ going for the mid-peak with the AWP, but unable to find any opponents. Mezzi also has the sniper on the other side of things, and this is quite often what we see from Overpass early on. The Ts are happy to hold back at the start of the round. Smoke going over the top to help them try to take control in towards the bathrooms. They also have the Molotov for the right-hand side, so they are fairly safe moving up towards mid.
Yeah, really good mid-take there from Vexed. Clearly been on the server for that one. Smoke coming in to smoke off toilets. Molotov declared the only other possible angle you could be picked off from. And now they've got so much control to work with. The next problem is actually taking those toilets. And well, there's a great kill, and that's a way to do it. Link just crossing over, catches out Russ. There is a second player in there, but Vexed haven't committed to anything just yet. They are going to be setting up for an A fake and then a run in towards the B bomb site. Really good rotations, quick rotations here from Vex. They're going to keep Endpoint guessing, but Endpoint stand with a 2-2 setup on the CT side. 2 on the B bomb site, 2 towards A. And eventually Vex, with the utility that they still have left, which is 3 smokes, 2 Molotovs, and 3 flashbangs, they will execute in towards this B bomb site. Smoke goes in towards Heaven. Contact play through Monster. Molotov fails. Flash is good though.
Cray again looking crisp with his aim right now.
Oh.
Tudson in reply gets 1 kill, but eventually he gets run down. Even though there's low time left on the clock, the bomb is safe on the site, and Link has been having a great round. 3 kills on towards the B play. Safe is left in a very, very difficult position. He's probably going to be living up to his name here. Playing it safe, playing for the save.
I think there's no other option at this point, having to save the AWP into this next one. Great stuff from Vexed. I think that's exactly what we were talking about. The sort of preparation that this team have is going to be the factor that wins them work rounds, essentially. And you can just see the setup that they had was the mid-tick, force them back, get an early pick there, and then they could set up outside of the B-bomb site. And that's just a real perfect call from Vexed, and it was perfectly executed. Maybe bar that failed Molotov in towards the barrels, but other than that, the perfect start from Vexed, and Endpoint couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, and this is, again, as you said, a really great way for Vex to limit the opportunity for the individuals of Endpoint to make plays. Maybe if there wasn't that Molotov towards short, then one of the CTs would have tried to take a fight there in the bathrooms, would have tried to get the early advantage, but Endpoint weren't given those opportunities because Vex was so methodical. Molotov not going far enough. Tudson wins the fight, surviving on just 7 points of health. Russ might have heard those steps from Adam. I think he is going to go the other way though. So Russ can continue to stick around towards A long. And Vexed are just holding back even though they've lost that opening fight.
Oh, this is flashbang. Will it be effective? Rush is not... it was actually effective, but to his teammate. King Mezzi does get the trip very quickly though. And it's still a 3v4. Man advantage still with Endpoint, thanks to the early kill and that follow-up coming in from Russ. This setup isn't bad. You know, there is only one player actually on the bomb site itself, but he's in an off angle and they might not be able to check this too effectively. It should be good for one kill. The problem is, oh, he can't land the shots, and that is a big problem. But Robin able to step in instead. He'll find the headshot. It's going to be a 2v3. Smoke being used up towards the stairs and bank. And the bomb plant was attempted to come through, but the smoke has a huge gap in it, and Robin's able to pick off too. And that was a little more lackluster from Vexed in terms of their utility usage. It definitely cost them there in the last few seconds.
Yeah, Endpoint this time able to find those 1v1 fights early on. From that point, they got the man advantage, and then Robin rotated towards A just in time with that rifle. Right place in the right time for Endpoint. That one rifle coming into play. Vexed, I think, will be disappointed with how that round played out because they just slowly but surely lost the trades as they moved up towards A. And then once they got towards the site, like you said, Robin was able to shut it down with ease. Russ back on the primary AWPing duties for Endpoint into this round, as we would expect. Both teams with little cash in the bank. Flash goes up, Tudson fully blinded by that one in the bathrooms, and Adam does get the kill they were looking for. Tudson tries to take the solo fight. Endpoint are going to be willing to take those duels fairly often. This time though, Vexed managed to win the early fight, and there's no chance for the trade.
.57 seconds. Utility ready this time from Vex to head in towards the A bomb site. They're getting to play their game a little bit more in this round. And finally, Russ looking to put pressure on as he pushes through the bathrooms. Nearly caught off by Ling, but luckily he's able to pick up the kill. And again, it's going to be that A fake in towards a B hit. While Endpoint haven't rotated off, they're still going to have to deal with two players inside of the site. Safe will pick off Crane. Pulse able to double up on 2 kills as Eccles cannot control the spray. And Vex, they make a good call, but again, it just comes down to the fact that they can't win those individual fights when it comes to crunch time on the bomb site. And that's just one of those really annoying scenarios where you pull that strategy against some of the weaker teams in Prem, and it works perfectly, right? You get their full rotation. You maybe have one player left in the B-bomb site. But Endpoint, they just kind of sit around. They know they've gone for the fake previously in this game, and they just sit and wait for the rest of the execute to come in. They haven't seen enough to allow for the rotation, and Vex have to walk into a pretty equal fight.
Very slow start to the game from Vex, but this time they're going much faster onto the B-bomb site. Safe in with the opening kill, playing very passively here towards B. Pulse trying to assist, and the kills keep on coming. Pulse in with 3. Eventually Adam gets the trade towards him, but it's probably too little too late. Only the MAC-10 left in his hands. They should be hunting him down. They don't clear his angle, but with the MAC-10, it's so difficult to get those kills onto the fully armored up opponents. Vexed losing out again. And I feel like we've seen the fakes from Vexed in these early rounds, but maybe it is time for just a proper site execute, because you'd think that could also be favored for them.
Yeah, I like the stance of taking a default first, though. I feel like that's definitely the way to go. They've been finding a lot of success when they've done that default, and sort of taking that mid control. They find an early kill that allows for those executes to become a little bit easier. Well, Robin.
Again, he's completely alone here. It is really the solo plays from Endpoint we're starting to see.
Vex didn't have a great flashbang for this angle previously. See if they are aware of the possibility of that angle again here. Good Molotov. Russ, he's completely blinded. He's burning, and he will actually die to that Molotov. Great utility usage from Vexed, and it's 2 kills coming their way. Make it a third as Robin feels like he had to make that play. And while they may have died a few times towards Long, but what they do, they completely avoid Long and force the fight a little bit later on. And that is definitely the right play from Vex. This is a round that could be very cleanly won by them. Pulse and safe though. Look to try and pick it up, but Vex not rushing into anything. They leave the options open and either can finish on the B-bomb site if they desire, but they are sticking around. Again, trying to sell a fake even in this sort of scenario. Loving the fakes, Alex, but eventually I think they realize maybe going towards the B-bomb site is the right call. No one's here.
Yeah, they have spotted safe, the last man left for Team Endpoint. I think this round might be a kind of showcase of the inexperience of some of the players on Endpoint. Russ, for example, is someone who's generally come through in the UK scene playing on the sort of puggy teams, playing in pugs in general. And I don't think he's really played against teams who have got utility usage like Vexed have. So you see the smoke and the Molotov go down, the flashbang blinds him. Russ is kind of caught in two minds where he wants to take the fight, but he can't because the nades have been used so well against him. He ends up dying off first, so the lack of experience playing against teams who use their utility so well, clearly coming back to cost Russ there, and then the rest of the team kind of collapse around that. They try and force the fights, and Vex were just ready for them, holding those angles. Robin got caught pushing A long. Vex were aware that was a possibility. At least Safe holds onto the AK, so Endpoint can continue with a full buy into this next round. And remember, Endpoint have got off to a very good start in this game in terms of getting rounds on the board. 6-2 up right now. Robin's had a strong start as that fragging in-game leader. We'll see if it can continue as we get another gun round.
Well, Russ peeks in towards middle, flash in towards his face as he's forced back in towards the bathrooms. Vexed. Smoking off in towards the toilets. Also ready to go over the top. Russ again. He loves this position, but he just never gets to play it. It's such a great take from Vexed in towards this middle area, and they haven't really been able to deal with it. Another great flashbang rush. It's going to come through. Russ is going to be dealt with by Adam, who finds 2 kills in towards those toilets, and they can't do anything about this mid-take. This is pretty damn solid from Vex as they push in towards the A-bomb site, and they finally find something that's consistently successful, and Endpoint haven't adapted just yet.
Those flashbangs were spot on, taking the A site there. That first flash blinded both players in the bathrooms. They both have to take a safe angle on the CT side. And then Vex were aware that they've probably ducked back into cover. Adam just holds the angle. Some easy kills there with the SG. I'm pretty sure Robin was also getting blinded behind Truck as he was rotating up towards the A site. Once again, Vexed showcasing the power of those nades. Just a single flashbang can be a massive difference maker if used correctly. And the aim is also looking good from the team as well.
They've just been abusing Russ in those bathrooms. He's had a teammate there as well to back him up, and he's even having a bad time. Tudson just dealt with as well. Vexed have just been having so much success in towards the toilets. Well, they continue to do so. We'll see if they go for the same sort of default play. And I definitely noticed that it was successful early because they were finding that early kill in towards toilets quite a few times. But tactical pause, how many come in? I'm assuming this is going to be Endpoint because they haven't really found an answer just yet.
There we go. On the social media, Vexed seeming to be the favorites into this one. I can understand why. I think just as a fan watching the game, you can see that Vexed have put in the preparation. You can also see that they have players capable individually, so it feels like Vexed should have the edge just based off that. But Endpoint definitely have some skilled players. It's just a question of can they get the chance to use their skill in some of these situations. As I was saying earlier, I think players like Russ, players like Tudson even, have largely been playing on sort of puggy teams. They probably haven't played against too many teams that play like Vexed. We are starting to see that become a factor here.
Well, Eccles straight through the door. Spam coming through the wood. Oh, wow.
What?
Great headshot. He was just spamming and got him on the final bullet. Link finished off, and that is just a little bit of luck going Robin's way. Not again. He does damage out towards Adam, but luckily not the kill this time. But Robin will be very happy with picking up that early kill.
Yeah, these are the rounds where Endpoint are very dangerous. Even when they have a couple of Deegs in play, you feel like they have the freedom to have those individuals make plays. I mean, I don't think Robin can expect that to happen every round, but he clearly had the lineup pretty well prepared to get them the opening frag. And that could throw a spanner into the works here. Vexed might have issues completely executing whatever plan they had for this round now that they've lost a man. Oh, look at the control from Endpoint. They've got the connector player as well. They're fully focused towards B.
Oh. Safe has just pushed all the way through here. He's going to get so much information, might just get behind Adam. He's going to be setting up with the smoke, but the timing, I don't think it's going to quite be there. He's a little bit far off still. If his teammates can hold on long enough, he can get this fight going. He wants to speed it up. Safe going in with a big flank. Russ able to pick up one. Tudson in with a kill. He does fall, but Safe and works with a flank, and Russ will pick up Cray. This time, Vex get nothing done, and Endpoint shut them down. And again, it's off the back of that. Just the early kill from Robin gives them that early control and sort of stops Vex from having that confidence momentum to move forward.
Yeah, the other problem for Vexed was they had no control on the A side of the map. So the aggression comes on in. Safe is happy to just push down Connector. He thinks the A side of the map is very, very comfortable for him. He can happily move in for the flank. It just looked like Endpoint had such a good read on what was happening in that round. Stacked towards B, they were ready for the execute to come their way. Vexed get completely shut out because of it. Endpoint continuing to grind rounds, and if they can continue to do that on their CT side here, they could really come out to a solid half and put themselves in the driver's seat in this game. It's been a very slow T side in general from this Vexed squad. Again, that smoke goes down towards the bathrooms. We've seen that in quite a few rounds now. Same Molotov to follow, but Endpoint have adapted, Dinko. They're rather holding A long this round, not focusing as much on the bathrooms.
They haven't had a whole lot of success on B, but they're going to be going here again anyway.
This time there's only 2 CTs though.
This would be the perfect time to go. They are going to be getting close. Tudson in a bit of an off angle. If they deal with him well, they might just get onto towards the site very quickly indeed. He's in the barrels. I thought with the camera angle he was actually playing outside a monster, but the barrels certainly is not an off angle. It will be checked by Cray, who does get himself 2 kills. Robin able to step in. Cray dealt with. It's going to be a 3v4. Eccles will catch up Russ, and Safe and Robin save time because Vex have just taken the B bomb site by storm.
Bomb should be planted eventually. They are taking their time on that one, but Link gets the bomb down. And I like that Vex this time were willing to take more of a contact play towards B, because so far we have just seen a heavy focus on utility, a heavy focus on executes. I think sometimes this Vex squad can maybe go for those plays a little too often, where you do want to occasionally throw just a contact play into the mix, try and get good timing, try and catch some players out. It happens for Cray as he gets some early kills in the round. They go for the flash early, and then later on they use the nades to cut off the rotating players. So I'm glad that Vexed have showed kind of a different facet to their game. Again, though, they need to continue to grind out these rounds, because right now, Endpoint have been able to get off to the good start. They've been able to get quite a few rounds on the board. And as much as it's nice for Vex to continue to pick up these rounds, they need to make sure they don't lose out in this one. 2 saved rifles for Endpoint, but I doubt we'll see much other than that, because their money is looking weak.
Well, Endpoint, they have picked up runs here and there. They got off to a pretty good start. They win one off the back of a relatively low buy, but a pause having come in for them here, a tactical one at that. Try and sort of set the pace back in their favour. Vex have been winning in terms of the tactical runs and the actual rifle runs. I feel like Vex have been a little bit more solid. I think that good start that Endpoint got off to is certainly making the scoreline look a little bit more inflated. It's definitely a close affair between these two sides, and that's exactly what you want to see.
Another factor worth thinking about is that because this Endpoint roster have been switching up so often, we're not sure what their T side will look like on this map, where you need to have good work between your teammates, you need to have good utility for the most part. Those protocols that Vexed have are unlikely to be there for this Endpoint squad. So you'd think Endpoint would likely struggle more on the T side of Overpass, being such a tactical map. But we are still focused on the first half for the time being. Endpoint stacked heavily into mid. This could be a nice attempt to counter this mid take we've seen so often from Vexed, but this time Vexed are going towards A long.
Flash goes deep in towards middle. Adam holding an angle, catches off Russ. Going back in for more, spots the second player scoped in this time. Utility coming in, it's going to be a double peek and a good flashbang. Good kill coming in, Adam dealt with. Eccles able to drop safe and a follow-up on towards Pulse, but dealt with by Tudson, who is up inside of Party. The rest of the push coming in from Vex, though, two in towards the A bomb site. The flank coming in as well. This is great from Vex. The positioning certainly favouring them at the minute, and the manpower as well.
Yeah, it looks like they lost track of Tudson earlier in the round. They've lost track of him again, but this time Cray comes in for the flank. Robin has been having a very good game so far. The 1v2 is certainly possible. Bomb planted on the safe side of the site, so Cray has to get up close. That gives Robin the chance for the fights, and Mezzi is spotted, but he wins out the battle. Important kill at the end there as Vexed pick up yet another round and force Endpoint down to low money. And this is where Vexed get their chance to force their opponents into a poor buy.
Yeah, Vex are having to work for this, but they're doing it effectively, right? They're not finding these runs too easily. They definitely have to keep thinking and adapting. They're doing the mid-run calls pretty well. But like you said, this is a great chance to sort of build their scoreline up. Endpoint having to take a full eco. They're going to be stacking in towards A long. And unfortunately for them, Vex have stacked everyone towards the B side of the map, having one left inside of Connector. Vex have made the perfect call, but still haven't pushed in towards the site. They want to be very methodical in their approach. They want to gather some info, but they need to be careful because this push could be pretty deadly if a couple of these pistols find a few headshots.
This is the Hawker matchmaking special, Dinko. Rush A long on the full eco. Never works for me. But Endpoint are much better than me.
I mean, might not work here for Endpoint either.
Probably not. Adam's had the door open.
There we go. 2 kills for Adam. Eccles will find 2 as well. And it does leave Robin on his own. Nowhere near the rest of the pack. He will be left up on top of the ladder. And Vexed, well...
Don't go up the ladder.
Yeah, don't go up the ladder. Adam's going to do it anyway. Robin gets a kill here. And there's an AK. I just feel like there's no point in doing this. Well, they eventually get him.
There's even the chance you get knifed there on the ladder.
Yeah. I just feel like there's no point in hunting. Even there's nothing he's got that you need to care about.
Well, it only cost them the one gun at the end. At least Endpoint don't save the AK over. Shouldn't really have too much of an impact on the game. Endpoint are not going to have the AWPs this time around. Like you said, Russ has been trying to fight with the AWP, but normally not finding angles. So we'll see how he plays with the rifle. Again, it's aggressive in Connector. Doesn't spot that man. Eccles hears him running back up Connector. But Endpoint are just going to play it safe over towards the A side of the map. Cray, though, has found the entry towards B. Again, Cray's been finding quite a few kills here for Vexed early on into these rounds. And with the clean man advantage, I'm sure Vexed will be comfortable in this position. So early in the round as well. Loads of time left for them to work with.
We used to always see this boost, and then we didn't for a long time because it was just checked, but as long as you leave something long enough that people start to forget about it, it can become quite potent again. We'll see if Tudson can pick off a kill with it, although the flashbangs have been pretty stellar from Vex, but they have done a couple of these contact pushes. They're going to walk around the corner. Oh, no! That is just so rough. That should have been a kill, but Mezzi able to pick it up at Tudson. That's one where you just punch your screen or you hit the floor. That is just not one of those rounds that you ever want to see again. And will Endpoint have to save the 2 remaining guns? Vexed will equalize the scoreline, and we move into the last round of the first half with Vexed looking poised to win it.
That's also a situation where as soon as Tudson gets spotted up on the boost, Russ is just thinking, oh man, I'm in trouble, because they know exactly where I'm positioned. He tries to get back behind the smoke for cover, but he also goes down. So Tudson missing that kill almost ends up costing them 2 players there. That's how much of a swing that is in the round. And unfortunately for Endpoint, that's going to go against them. Again, Robin has been looking good on the fragging, but the round wins are not going their way, at least recently.
Well, Civ able to pick up 1 at least on the exit. Mezzi getting dropped as well. At this point, it is worth hunting. You know, you've got money, and you know if you drop anything here on Endpoint, it's going to be absolutely brutal. But they don't manage to pick off anyone. So fortunately enough, Endpoint do save 2 rifles, so they can salvage somewhat of a buy here. But still, Vex very much favoured to pick up an 8th round here with the momentum on their side. At this point, we just got to see something crazy from Endpoint. Not much to lose.
Ooh, Vex going for the boost.
Oh no. You almost, that can't happen where you just slide off, and well, Link is having a nightmare of a time trying to get up on top, but eventually he is up there, and King Mezzi is going to get on his head as well, and the trains come, and he's fallen off, and they've spent way too much time on the boost. And the problem with this is, obviously, Endpoint haven't done it, but you can lose so much control of A if you spend too much time doing that boost. Fortunately enough, they haven't lost A, and Eccles can start to clear connector and realize that, or actually go towards middle with Link.
Yeah, like you said, Vex have to be a little wary of these positions. They have to clear all these angles, but at least they're not using the nades to do so. It's just a bit of time being wasted. As with a little over a minute left on the clock, Vexed are taking contact towards mid. I think they're aware that Endpoint are unlikely to have an AWP this time, so they're happy to walk their way in, sticking together and trying to trade. Russ has found the opening though, and he's got the smoke to keep him safe. Maybe not so safe though. The spam does come through towards him. AWP shot lands through the wall, and Tudson only has the mag 7, so he's not too comfortable here. There is a player close by. Nade goes in. That's a long range fight. Tudson eventually gets the kill. Finally, Adam trades on towards him, but Safe is up close. They don't know he's here. Safe sprays onto 1, and both Vex players are low.
Well, Eccles and Adam definitely low as they run in towards the site. Smokes towards Heaven, Molotovs to clear bridge, and they are going to start planting here. Eccles having to commit to it. Pulse rotates through. Nade on the flash picked up on the way here for Robin, and he's in behind. Flash comes through, completely blinding the player moving in towards the site, but Adam's got the angle. Robin dealt with. There's now a 1v2. Pulse with no kit has to clear the angles quickly. There's the first headshot. Knows where the second player was, and 1 bullet is enough. 1 tap of the bomb could be enough to bait him into position, but he's not looking the right way. Adam's not falling for it. He's not falling for the bait at all. Pulse has to move forward, and this is crucial seconds. Adam hears the footsteps, and Pulse knows that it's over. Wow. And Adam has just played that one perfectly. And well, balls of steel come to mind.
There's the kill, but it's inconsequential. It doesn't matter. Vexed have got the 8-7 lead at the half. So well played by Adam there. You see that Pulse just assumes that Adam can't be on short. He thinks Adam must be at Monster because there's no way he wouldn't peek on the fake defuse. But Adam doesn't even need to peek to take the round. 8-7 at the half for Vexed. And as we were saying earlier, there are question marks as to what Endpoint are going to have on their T side. This team have not been together with this exact roster too often. We've seen switch-ups, so it's a case of can they stay together? Can they get those trades successfully and those timings on the T side?
And Vex look very prepared here on Overpass, at least on their T side. If that is also reciprocal on their CT side, then you know Endpoint could be in for a very nasty time of things if they're not prepared here at all on the T side. Vexed, a team that seemed to put a lot of time in towards their practice, and it certainly paid off there in that first half. If they had gotten off to a better start as well and didn't lose one of those pistol runs where Robin stepped up with a deagle, you know, we're looking at 9-6 half, maybe 10-5 half really, because Vex played very well on that T side. They've done the hard part, but now comes the relatively downhill part. Can they get it done on the CT side? Craig going to be peeking in towards middle. Again, standard setup. 1 peeks in towards mid, 4 over towards the B-bomb site, and Endpoint. They're kind of aware of that possibility, so they let the player peek, and then they hide. They move forward, and Cray is waiting for it. Here's the footsteps. The rotation cannot come too quickly here for Vex, but they're going to run right down the connector. It's a really nice call from Endpoint. They could go do the loop-de-loop. They could go right back up towards A.
Yeah, you see Cray was not expecting them to push down connector there. He thought because Endpoint had free passage into the bathrooms, they would run on towards A, but he gets caught out. Now that Endpoint have the man advantage, they can slow things down pretty happily here. Robin used his early nades towards B, so they don't have much utility left in on this one. And Vex continue with a 3-man stack towards the B site. If they land their shots, Vex could definitely lock this down.
This is perfect. Vex have made the right call, but Adam nearly rotates off at the wrong time, but the footsteps are heard. They start to come on through Endpoint, looking for the shots. No kills coming in yet for the CT side. Eccles eventually steps up with 2. Adam can't get anything done, but Link, he's waiting for it. He could get the bomb plant denial, and he's done it. It's all on Eccles, though. The 1v2, it has to be the quad kill clutch. And with the bomb, still with plenty of time to plant it, Pulse will get that down, and that becomes much more difficult for Eccles now in the retake. He's got a smoke, but no Kevlar, so in punch is a huge factor here as well. He will make the fake drop. No one looking or biting at this point. Eccles still up in heaven. Smoke comes through. At this point, he's just hoping for a mistake, but it's not coming through as he moves forward in towards the site. Endpoint play it well in the 2v1, and they will find the pistol. They covered a lot of ground in that pistol run.
Yeah, they really did. And it looked like Link was the man set up to make the difference. And he did land that first shot really quickly, but then Endpoint were so quick to communicate and to trade there. Really well done to be able to take out Link, because it looked like he would have been set up for multiple kills. That was, I think, the real defining factor in that round. However, Vex aren't done yet. They go straight for the Force into the second round. Mostly pistols across the board. Mezzy saving some money for the AWP, and this 3-man boost that is so common on Overpass comes through.
Definitely want to see the triple boost. I mean, it is very, very common indeed. Probably the most common triple boost you would say in the game, honestly. Overpass is known for its triple boost, though. There's quite a few of them. You've got the one off, obviously the one from Spawn on the T side, looks over the top of the bridge. You've got the one from the CT side here in Graffiti. There's one actually now being made popular at one of the big events. Also was long, but good kills from Robin coming in here. Link and Craig dealt with 2 very easy headshots collected. And Endpoint looking to try and clean up the run. They find themselves 3 of the kills, leaving Mezzy and Adam in a 2v5.
Yeah, we saw that aim from Robin in the first half was looking very, very crisp. He could definitely be freed up now on this T side to certainly try and take over this game. We know that Robin likes to call with his own self in mind quite often. He's comfortable calling strats where he is going to be the focal point. He's going to be willing to take the frags, and he's very successful at it. So it makes sense. Adam just sitting in connector. Mezzy sitting in towards heaven, looking for any opportunities at the end of this one. I think Endpoint are going to play it pretty safe, though. Should just be exiting together. Safe himself only has the Mac 10, so he's hanging around, doesn't really risk losing too much. Adam is going to get the 1 frag on towards him, but Endpoint saving over all those rifles into the next round will certainly help bolster their bank. I've never seen this side of this truck. It's out of the map. So there you go.
Haven't really watched much Overpass then, Alex, have you?
Clearly. Well, it's outside the map, Dinko.
Well, it's going to be Robin with an AK, Pulse and Tudson also picking him up. No Kriegs in play just yet. It's just the standard rifles, Mac 10 and Galil as well. Should be enough to topple this pistol purchase of Vexed. Endpoint, they need this good start. They've got that good start in both halves now, so they really are setting themselves up for success. It's whether or not Vex have the sort of mental tenacity to stay in the game. Well, we've seen that on the T side, they certainly do.
Safe moving up through a long, alone with the Mac 10. There is another player close by, but Safe is dealing with these pistols rather comfortably right now. Link also goes down. Eventually, Cray is 1 man too many for the Mac 10. Adam is left alone on the B-bomb site. Should be run down. The rifles managed to take him out. There's only Trey left, and he is going to hit the deck. All the rifles saved over again for Endpoint. This is going to leave them with a really good amount of money here. They were able to win those rounds very, very comfortably. So even if Vexed win this one, there's still money on the T side, and they've got the full gun round into this one. Endpoint have set themselves up very, very well at the start of this T side.
Yeah, they definitely have. And well, double figures reached already. If they pick up this one, they're off on a very merry path. But see what Vex have up their sleeve here on the CT side, if they have anything prepared. Will be King Mezzi scoped in. Good kill all towards Tudson. And a good start for Vex Gaming here, as Endpoint are immediately on the back foot.
And this was the worry we maybe had for Endpoint. Not using their nades towards mid makes it easy for Mezzi to land that shot with the AWP. The Molotov I don't think is quite in the perfect position for Endpoint there, but the smoke is good enough for them. And they can start to move up towards the bathrooms, but Vexed have already got the man advantage. Mezzi's AWP is now moving back towards A long. As Russ begins to clear the bathrooms, it's actually Pulse to get a kill on the B side of the map. So Endpoint really spread out here.
53 seconds left. Adam coming in with a perfect flank at the minute. If he can catch off Robin. Endpoint might just topple, but good kill. It's Russ that falls. Robin running back in towards connector. The timing is good. Adam hears the footsteps, and Endpoint, they're left with 2 players versus 4 as they have to run in towards the B bomb site and Link on the pillar. He's got Eccles to back him up. A great setup inside of the B bomb site at the minute on the CT side, and they line up for Link and Eccles, and together they find the 2 kills. 10-9, and a great run to pick up for Vexed. They made it look pretty easy as well.
Yeah, both B players getting kills and assists at the end there. Always nice to see them combine like that. And like you said, Vexed really did make that look pretty comfortable. Opening kill was very easy for Mezzi towards mid, who has been maybe having a somewhat quieter game. But now that he's got the AWP on the CT side, this is where he could definitely come through with some big impact. And then obviously Adam just making the read work over towards the aggression. Made sure that Vexed were in such an advantageous position. Endpoint still have the money though. Their earlier work has allowed them a good buy into this round, or into the hands of Russ. Rifles on the rest of the squad. Endpoint taking control towards short, and this time they haven't lost the opening pick very early into the round, which is always good.
Endpoint. 2 in towards water. It's Tudson getting boosted up over the top of the wall. I don't know if he spotted Cray's head there when he jumped up. He can't really do anything about it, but he's mainly looking towards heaven to see if he can spot someone. Flashing towards Monster as well. Tudson tapping away, doing some damage, and eventually will drop a Link. It's going to be a 5v4 immediately. The advantage here with Endpoint. It goes untraded for the most part as Eccles wanted to get aggressive but nearly gets caught off. Luckily, he can fall back on 4 HP, but this could be very deadly as Endpoint seeming to want to come in towards the B bomb site. Nade over the top. Eccles on 1 HP. Molotov coming through as well. Endpoint pushing towards the site. Russ, he's got a headshot. Pulse backs it up, and it might as well be a save call here for the CT side as that B bomb site was just obliterated.
Yeah, Endpoint able to get the first kill off the boost. It looked like Vex just didn't seem aware of that possibility. And then from there, Endpoint do a solid job at just taking the sites. Their nades were good enough. It felt like a lot of those nades were kind of called on the fly. It didn't look like a full execute, but they only needed the smoke towards heaven because they were so fast at taking control of the bomb sites. As you said, Eccles almost dying to the nade there. Once Cray went down though, it was all but over with Eccles being on a single point of health. Adam and Mezzi, the 2A players, stuck saving. Adam, here's Pulse, easy kill from behind, but it's a Vexed money that we have to look towards, not looking too good for them. Mezzi could drop 1 rifle, Adam could drop maybe a FAMAS. This is a big turning point in the game. They go for the force up, so if Vexed lose this round, Endpoint would come out to quite a comfortable lead. Feels like it's a very important round for Vex to win here. Let's see what they have in mind as the Molotov misses towards mid. Nade to follow, but Adam will be falling back. Look at the damage, though.
Oh my god, yeah. Really solid near damage coming in here. Tudson able to pick up 2 kills. He's looking for more, and he's got it right through the smoke. And this is one of those individual rounds that you could expect from Endpoint. But Cray, he's pulled it back, and it's doable here for Vex suddenly in a 2v3, but safe. He has such a strong position here. Adam still wins the duel. Luckily, Robin's able to trade on the spam, and while Cray in a 1 versus 2 has picked up 2 already, but needs the 1v2 quad kill clutch. A minute and 10 seconds, and that's what's left, Alex. And it feels like this round has just begun, and we've seen so much happen already.
Feels like Cray has been finding some very important frags to keep his team in a few of these rounds. This 1v2 would be massive if he could win it, but right now he's on the wrong side of the map. It looks like the aggression from Vex there must have gone into the Molotov, into the open arms of the Endpoint players who were waiting towards short. Cray has now got the right read, moving up towards A. Russ and Robin trying to stick together, but Cray's got the angle. Cray in position, misses his mark, and Russ replies with a spam through the wall. He was given the opportunity for the fight, but he could not take it. And as we were saying, Vex don't really have the money to buy. Adam had a bit of extra cash, so he's dropped the 1 M4 to Link to give them some chance here. Link only has 7 kills currently, though, so he's got to be set up well in this round. Would certainly be a nice round to have some impact, though. With the low buy, Vex are taking a fairly big risk in this round, as they really have to, if they want to get this round win. Massive stack towards B. 4 players there. Mezzy is alone in towards Connector. 250 is just trying to hold in this off angle, but the push up Connector is the problem for him. Mezzy might not look the right way, but he has turned around now, trying to get up close. Tudson loses out, and Robin also took a dink there. Very good damage done by Mezzy.
Yeah, really good damage. 4v4. You have to remember, they also have an M4 in play here on the CT side, so any damage that the pistols do is setting that M4A4 up for success. See if they can find any more off the back of it. Eccles looking to get aggressive. Pulse just holding off, won't actually spot any of the presence in towards water, and there isn't anybody down Connector just yet. So at this point, Endpoint are starting to try and gather some information as quickly as possible. Safe, clearing out towards long. Spotting any info on towards the A site, knows the rifle is here, and he actually wins that fight. So that's so important to pick that up. We find ourselves in a 4v3 favoring Endpoint as they will try and just barrel in towards B. The A site's clear, but they are going straight in towards the B bomb site, so giving the pistols the best chance possible here to find success. Time was a limiting factor, and that's the bomb on the floor. A second kill coming in as well from Cray. We've talked about his impact, but this is unbelievable. Eccles in from behind, Pulse finished off, and there's only 8 seconds left on the clock. Sith has to do it all, and there's not enough time, I'm afraid. And suddenly Vex just steal away a round that they should not have won.
Oh, after time, Safe gets that 1 kill. Safe goes for more, almost dies off at the end there, but he does carry over the AK. That could be a round that Endpoint look back on at the end of this game and wonder what could have been, because that puts Vex right back in this game. A 2-round difference. Endpoint's money will be mostly invested into this round. With Vex winning that one, this could end up being very, very close. And again, even though Cray doesn't maybe have the most kills on the team, he's having a lot of rounds where he is doing massive damage. He's setting up his squad well.
The impact is the important part, right? As long as, if you're finding kills, lots of kills, and a lot of them are inconsequential, or they're just, exit frags and without impact. Cray is getting, fewer kills here and there, but he is certainly delivering impact with nearly every one of them. And it's not like he's having less kills. I mean, he's joint second on the team for frags, so a really impressive performance from him, and shows the depth that Vex do have with 12-10. It was actually their timeout coming through, so they're wanting to set up the CT side for success. They do not want to skimp on this opportunity that they know they've presented themselves off the back of that pistol win. Oh,
Yeah, this time Link is ready for the boost. Last time he died to it, Eccles gets aggressive. Great flashbang sets him up for the opening frag. Pulse unable to trade as Eccles manages to duck back to safety. You can see Pulse wants to try and find the trade, but Frey in position wins yet another fight, and Vexed are looking good.
yeah, they're starting to warm up as well across the board. That aggression from Eccles, very well timed, catches the player sort of falling back in towards tunnel, and actually does damage when he's falling back in towards the B-bomb site. Really solid stuff from Vex, 2-man advantage immediately. And Endpoint, we kind of talked about it. What can they do when they're losing these early picks? They don't have depth on their T side. They don't have any set pieces to fall back on. Yeah, they all know sort of the utility that is required, but the fact that you have to do it in such a timed way, and you have to have sort of an execute and some dry runs to make it successful. It's not going to be easy to do on the fly, and while Vex is just having a great time. Adam pushes in behind. Rust now the last player in a 1v5. 22 seconds left, doesn't even have the bomb. Molotov coming in as well, going for the spam, and Rust just unfortunately not finding a chance here.
Where's Adam's gun?
He just threw it away.
Okay. No, no, no! What? What did I just witness? Adam must have tagged him with the knife, I guess.
Yeah, he did. So, threw away his gun, B-hopped onto Russ's head, stood on top of his head, knifed him, and then his teammate shot him. Through a wall, I believe.
Did Adam not even save a gun at the end?
No, he got an AWP, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Oh,
but
man.
I think because he actually was on top of the player when he died, he just kind of like morphed into him and took the gun into the next round. Yeah, crazy stuff. I think that's definitely the UK scene summed up in one.
I think you can just see the change in mentality from Vex, though, after that round win with the pistols. They're looking like a different team. They're taking fights. They're showing so much confidence. Yeah. And Mezzi gets back to safety.
And the thing as well for Endpoint, they're a team that are used to being respected by a lot of the UK teams as well. That's going to annoy them. The fact that they're just getting B-hopped in top of and trying to get knifed, this is not going to be taken lightly by Endpoint. They're going to try and do their best with the pistols themselves, but it's only Tudson in 1v4. Vexter winning these rounds cleanly. It is going to be 12-12. Endpoint will have money into the next round and a chance to try and finally slap the wrist of Vex. Oh.
Tudson hears the steps, but Eccles lands the shot. All tied up at 12 rounds each. And I think Robin especially is a player who may be expected to come into a UK team and really just become that #1 UK team. He's expecting to be able to be a very, very impactful player. He's expecting to be able to carry them through to become the #1 team. But right now, Vexter proving it's not going to be too easy for the Swede to come in and take it away from the UK. More work to be done for Endpoint, but it's not like Vexter over the line just yet. Even with these round wins going their way, even with the momentum on their side, it's still even on the rounds. And Endpoint are just taking a moment to slow things down into what they know is a very important gun round for them. I think this is good from Endpoint here. Just slow the game down and make sure that you don't give away anything early.
Deep smoke in towards the monster tunnel. Russ also has a smoke at his helm. He'll toss that on in towards middle. Molotov following in behind it. Minute left on the clock, and Endpoint starting to gather outside of the B-bomb site. Players with the bomb. Eventually, they will execute in towards the site. And this is good utility usage. Endpoint not taking anything for granted at the minute. Eventually, they will start to come on through, clearing their angles.
Endpoint haven't cleared connector. Adam's still in there. That could be an important factor, but Tudson spots him. Now the B-play can come through. Well,
starting to come on through. Endpoint throwing the utility in. Don't want to give up any kills here. Good nade coming in from Link, actually, but it's King Mezzi who picks off Russ. Tudson's able to pick up Cray. Link spamming back. He's got another good kill with Eccles moving forward. He's dropped by Robin, and this is much better from Endpoint, but they're all low. So this retake is still possible. The only problem I see here is an AWP. It's not exactly the weapon that allows high mobility and spam onto towards these low HP players. So I think Mezzi realizes, I'm going to save, and Link will follow suit.
Well, Endpoint get away with this one. A bunch of players low on health at the end, but they won the trades, and that's the most important thing in towards that position. finding the round. And like I said, the slow start to the round, I think, certainly helped them. Adam gets caught in connector. That was a massive fight for Tudson to win, because then they can feel much more confident pushing towards B. They know there's not the instant flank coming in towards them. They also know that it's likely there's probably maybe just 2 players on the B site, unless Vext have played very, very heavy towards that B side of the map. So it makes it so that Endpoint can make sure just to get the trades through, and then against fewer CTs on the hold. Vext have still got the full buy though, saving those 2 guns over. Mezzi unable to get aggressive due to the counter nades in towards him. Quite a few pieces of utility exchanged early here. Endpoint were attempting that nade stack. Didn't land onto any of the CTs though. Both teams happy to take a slow start to round 26. And with both teams having very little money behind, this is another massive round. Ooh, that could have been the kill. Adam unable to convert though, just does damage to Russ. Russ has to be careful because Mezzi is holding this angle with the AWP. You can see them start to set up some of those nades. Endpoint don't have too many nades left though. Ooh.
Ooh. Shot, Mezzi cannot pick it up. Molotov goes in behind the smoke. Russ moves forward. And Adam just hides in behind the wall. 37 seconds in play. Flash goes over the top. Mezzi able to find one. Pulse does drop Crate in return, and it is a 4v4 here with Endpoint pushing in towards the site. Link and Eccles with 2 grit kills. Link stepping up with a triple, and the bomb hits the floor. It's Vex with 13, and it's 13 apiece as we go back and forth, and again at a stalemate with nothing separating the 2 sides. The economy at this point, though, is starting to look pretty bad for the T side. They haven't got a whole lot to work with in this round. We're looking at most likely a little bit of a pistol purchase and a couple of CZs, Deagles, a little bit of Kevlar sprinkled in, but Vext should be taking the lead here, and we'll be looking into the next one for Endpoint to show one of their last resistance here.
We see the power of the SG on the CT side coming in from Link. He got the instant headshot onto the first man and then just used the pillar to find 1v1 fights. That's where the SG can be so powerful. And as you said, Endpoint with a very weak buy into this one. I mean, if they were to win this round, it would be really brutal for Vext, but it's hard to find a way in which they can win this round.
Did Russ just get shot with an AWP?
I think so.
It had to be through a wall because he's only on 89 HP.
There's a shot on that wall there.
Yeah, well, Mezzi. This is going to be holding a different angle this time in towards the bathroom. Tudson swings, that's the bomb. Good kill from Mezzi. Falls back and allows the help of his teammates to come through here as Eccles will take a kill. Oh no, Adam, the timing. He does at least get one in towards middle, and well, Eccles was able to back him up, so Robin left alone, dealt with on the P250, and it's 14-13. Vext one away from series point here on Overpass. Endpoint with the last stand by. They lose this one. For me, it's over. But Endpoint, they've got to make this work.
Yeah, this fight for second place, this fight for the spot guaranteed at the LAN finals has been such a good one. This is exactly what we were hoping to see. These 2 teams have really showed us why they are both capable of finishing so high up in the rankings. But the question is, can Endpoint win in this round? Otherwise, it has to be overtime for them. And this buy, as you said, has some weaknesses. Mezzi getting aggressive with the AWP. This is a look we haven't seen from him, and they're not aware of it. Such an easy shot.
Well, not a great flash, but a good shot indeed. And well, I'm impressed with the level of CS that Vext are playing in this. It's good Counter-Strike. We've seen excellent T-side showings, great CT setups. They've had multiple different types of CT setups in terms of crossfires, rotations. You can see the aggression on the AWP that time. Adam locking down the bathrooms. This has just been incredible from Vext, and they've walked away with a 2-man advantage here into round number 28.
That's such an off angle from Adam. If he gets peeked from the right side of the bathrooms there, he could be in trouble, but it's really good to deal with the player coming up through the stairs. And speaking of, Adam has done this before on the flank, and he's got a great feel for this position.
He was in one position in the toilets, they've lost him, and he's walked around the back, and he might just catch them with their pants down in the toilets, which is never the place you want to be caught in. And there's the kill from Adam. Kill comes in towards Tudson, looking for a follow-up. He got a little bit greedy there, but still played it well. And unfortunately for Adam, he is dropped by Robin. Not much more he could do. He's done his work and falls onto the rest of his teammates here to try and step up. 20 seconds, no time for Endpoint to do anything here. They've got to save, and this has to be the save. If they lose any of these rifles, it is done. Especially if they die after time.
Oh, yeah.
And look at this, there's a player coming close. But he's noisy. Eccles making a lot of noise here. If he even gets one, at least Pulse is the high HP player, so he's the first man you want to face, and he gets rid of Eccles. So worst case scenario avoided, but still not a great scenario to be in. Last round of regulation perhaps, or last round of the game perhaps here, as it will be Endpoint picking up a bye. It's going to be pretty rough. 2 MAC-10s in play. Save hasn't bought anything yet, but he should go for an AK. And while Vexed, they're feeling the momentum, they're feeling the confidence, and they've got a far superior buy.
Even though Vex got off to a slow start in this game, it is Vex who have 2 opportunities to take their spot in the LAN finals. Adam and Mezzi again playing in and around these bathrooms. Adam was playing a slightly different position, but decides to fall back, knowing that Endpoint might have some weaker weapons. Ooh, smoke fades, and Adam gets the headshot he was looking for. Early frag found for Vexed.
Adam has been stepping up time and time again for the team. The in-game leader that can frag. He's looking to do some more damage as well. He'll be playing on the edge of the smoke. They're coming in towards him. Good flashbang. It's perfect. In fact, as Adam gets 2 more, it's 3 overall. And that might be the final nail in the coffin as it leaves Tudson in a 1v4. Endpoint are punching the digits in. They're claiming their ticket for the finals in Manchester. And there it is. King Mezzi closes it. A 16-13 win here for Vex on Overpass.
Yeah, and at the end there, it's the Adam and Mezzi show combining with all the kills on the A site. Those two work together really well. That's why they play that site together, because they have a great feel for the game. They have a great feel for how each other play. And overall, Vexed, it really comes back to that pistol round. That felt like the turning point in the game.
Yeah, when they sort of got that confidence, right? When they picked up the pistol win that they probably shouldn't have. They found a lot of success off the back of that. And that's when the whole mentality changed. We've seen these aggressive plays come in on the CT side. We've seen them changing up their setups, going aggressive with the AWP in towards long, just making it unpredictable. And with Endpoint not having too much preparation on their T side, that's what really cost them.
Yeah, definitely. Again, Mezzi was able to get involved with the AWP after a slow start on the first half. We saw him come into the game more and more. Overall, good stuff from both teams, but it's Vexed who have the slight edges they need.
Wow, an incredible matchup. Definitely the match to watch, but we've got more coming up after the break, so make sure you stay with us.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
absolutely stunning! They are the champions!
Welcome back to the ESL Premiership. We've had two great best-of-ones to start off the final day here of regular season of the Premiership. And well, we've got another great matchup coming up here. It's going to be Fierce, who have already qualified for the live finals, taking on Pensioners. So the pressure is off for the #1 team, and they have secured that #1 seed moving into the live finals after Vex won their last match. So moving forward now, we do see the Fierce side not really having to win this game. Pensioners have something to prove though, and there's always that thing in sport, right? When you already win the World Championship or you're already placed where you need to be, the pressure's off and you can sometimes play even better.
Yeah, it's also a game that I'm sure Fierce will still want to win just to go through with the undefeated record. They can say they beat everyone in the regular season. Hopefully that will make them feel more confident heading into the LAN finals, because we all know what happened last time.
We do indeed, because they obviously, for anybody unfamiliar, they did the same. They won every single game in the regular season. They went to the live finals. In interviews, they were saying, oh, we're going to be the team that win this without dropping a map. They lost in the semi-finals, unfortunately, but they have a chance again at redemption, and they are going to be at the live finals, but they have a chance here to, again, cleanly go through the regular stage without dropping a single map. And this is the roster, if you are unfamiliar. It's going to be Astro, Fry, Artis, Impulse, and Jenko. A few changes from last season, but they've been playing very well.
Yeah. Astro staying as that in-game leader, Fry another player who's stuck with them, two very experienced players, veterans of the UK scene at this point, and then obviously bringing in Artis, who we saw earlier, who was very, very good for them in the last week. Impulse has been a player who's been starting to play in the UK scene. He's been another good player. And over on the Pensioners side of things, their lineups do sometimes chop and change a bit, but having Luzza in there is always nice. We always talk about Connor as well as quite an underrated player sometimes. Shaney's certainly capable of fragging, so they've got the players on this Pensioners team. It's just whether they show up.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Because sometimes they don't show up and they look very flat, and you can't afford to do that against a team like Fierce, where their pressure is off. They have nothing to lose, essentially, and that's when they're going to see perhaps even better CS come out from them. But it is time to talk maps, so we'll take a closer look at some of the bans that are coming through here. Wouldn't be surprised if we've seen, you know, the regular old Mirage or something come back in here. It's a pretty good map for both teams. Vertigo and Dust being banned.
So Fierce have actually only played 2 maps throughout the entirety of this season, Mirage and Inferno. That's the only maps they've been tested on. So as much as I would almost like Pensioners to try and play them on another map, just to see if they are capable, I feel like, okay, Mirage banned there.
So now it has to be Inferno, otherwise there's a different map.
Exactly, and I don't know, I feel like Pensioners could still go to the Inferno is the problem. It feels like that's the sort of map that the Pensioners would like to play. I don't know if they want to be playing maps like Overpass. I think we've seen them lose Overpass sometimes, so we'll see how this one goes.
I mean, they have went towards Overpass in the past, so it certainly is a possibility, but we're going to have to see if that is the case coming into the final rotation of bans. And I honestly wouldn't mind seeing either Overpass or Inferno. I think that could be a good battleground for both of these teams. We'll just have to wait and see whether or not it comes through. I definitely was never expecting Train to come in. And well, in fact, it will be Inferno as Pensioners go for the Overpass ban. And well, this is, again, one of those comfort grounds for Fierce.
Yeah, they have 4 wins on Mirage, 2 wins on Inferno. They'll be hoping to make it 3. I mean, if they only have to play 2 maps to win in the regular season, there would be questions into the best of 3s.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. Maybe that's the problem for when they went to LAN. They had to play the best of 3 matchups, right? You don't just get to have Inferno and Mirage. You have to play a different map. Or maybe you don't. Maybe someone just picks them both for them.
Yeah, okay, so Inferno, coming down to it, I feel like Fierce, as you said, they're going to be comfortable here. I feel like Pensioners are going to struggle on this one just because Fierce are much more solid as a team. We talked about how that can really come through on a map like Inferno earlier. Yeah. They should have good protocols in place to take banana control. I think a few weeks back, Fierce really showed us that their Inferno has improved quite a lot. They were able to take the banana control much more convincingly, because remember, back in the earlier weeks, this was, you know, a fairly fresh roster. They were still getting to know each other. Now they're looking much, much better as a team.
Well, no inexperience on the Fierce roster. We've got multiple Premiership winners playing on this team as well. They are no stranger to the live finals. And the Pensioners, well, sadly we haven't really got to see these guys in action at the last one, or indeed it's going to be difficult for them to pull this off as well, but this is some much needed points for them. We've got to see a big performance out of them. And personally, you know, I'm going to start talking a little bit more about Pensioners here, because honestly, Connor is a good player. We've seen him be able to have big performances on Inferno against some of the best teams in the world. He played against Smart Sports on this. He had a great performance. He shut them down on Banana a lot. If he can have that sort of level of performance, yes, it is online and the pressure really isn't there. And some players play better when they're playing on LAN or in that sort of high pressure environment where you're kind of honed in completely. There's no other distractions around the house or anything. And that certainly could be a factor that played into Connor's performance. But there is the possibility that a player like Connor can step up and have a great performance. And we can see sometimes that one individual having a great game is enough to win you crucial rounds and give your team success.
Yeah, it felt like we've been saying for a while that Connor was an underrated player, and then he just goes out against Mouse Sports and shows us all that he really is capable of being a standout player for this Pensioners side. And heading into the pistol, no kits for Pensioners, relying solely on the USPs and the P2000s.
Well, it is just finding that consistency, and I think that's the key word here for Pensioners. They've got to find consistency with their performances, and they really could be a contender here. Unfortunately, we don't know which Pensioners is going to turn up. It's only one way to find out. It's going to be Impulse with the initial kill. Shaney dealt with, man advantage for Fierce.
Yeah, Shaney caught out early. That's the risk of the aggression in towards second mid. Many angles that can go against you if you go for that peak. He hung around a little too long, and now that Fierce have the easy man advantage and plenty of nades to play with, they could be going in for this B take. Both of those nades being deployed from up on top of the wall, interestingly enough. The nades go in. That is beautiful.
That's an artillery attack right there on Connor.
You don't expect that in a pistol round.
Yeah, that's exactly that. And while good start from Fierce, I really like that play. But they're going to start to back off in towards the B-bomb site. Impulse flash in. Looking for a couple of picks here. Luzza. It's going to be dropped to 35 HP, but this retake just not looking doable for the Pensioners. Luzza does pick off Jenko. The push coming around the corner. Weber is going to be spammed down a little bit. The Glock not doing a whole lot there, unfortunately. And this is still a 3v3. Kit not available, but they've got to move quickly here. They've got to find the kills. Astro looking to hold on, doing damage. But at this point, Fierce just playing well. They're not overcommitting to too many angles. And Astro is dealt with, but is there enough time for the defuse? Definitely not. So running away. Soulcast with 3 kills. They eliminate everyone on Fierce, but the pistol still goes in favor of the T side.
I think considering how terribly that round started for Pensioners, with especially this nade stack, they lose the B site early. They're stuck in a 3v5 retake. We saw positive signs there that they were able to get so many kills, well, all the kills in the end. We saw some of those shots come through. We are seeing the individuals show up for Pensioners early. Luzza certainly a player who we want to see get the AWP as soon as possible.
Obviously, he was actually playing at an international LAN more recently at DreamHack Rotterdam with Asterion. So, quite a bit of... a lot of the individuals on this team have gone on to do good things.
This is a round where Fierce need to be slightly careful up against the force spike. Soulcast picking up those 3 frags is able to buy an MP9 and a few nades. Definitely seen a lot of the MP9 come through, but this time it's the Desert Eagle of Weber to get the opening kill. No chance for the trade. Fierce have got some nades left, enough to try and take this B site, but they need to be careful they don't lose too many more players here.
Well, Astro deals with Connor. Flash goes up in the air. Luzza starts to spam on in and, well, do a little bit of damage, but unfortunately, 4v3 here. Fierce are looking much, much better as they have control of the bomb site. It'll be a good kill from Shaney. Back into a 3v3. Pensioners looking to cause a lot of damage onto these Fierce players. Impulse is on 22 HP, hiding in the back of the bomb site. Mac 10 on Artist, not exactly the greatest weapon to be fighting at range with either. He's playing in dark. They don't want to give anything up here. And Astro, the high HP player, under pressure as the push is coming in. He will find the headshot towards Luzza. Not finding too much space to work with here. The CTs, the time ticking. Artist with a great headshot. And the peek from Dark is successful. Leaving Soulcast just in underneath. Barbecue finding 2. Looking for the 3rd. And so close to eliminating every player on Fierce again. But Astro stands tall towards the end. And luckily doesn't fall to the bomb either. So at least that's the worst case scenario avoided for Fierce. But they have to win this one cleanly. Their money is not being built up here because they're losing so many players. So Pensioners are, yes, losing these rounds, but they're doing a lot of consistent damage to that economy of Fierce, which could play a significant factor moving into the first gun round.
Yeah, and that's why I really like that decision by Soulcast to just sit in towards the pit there. Because even though he was basically giving up on the round when he did that, he was basically saying, I can't win the retake, but I can probably get 2 kills here with the MP9. He racks up the money for himself. He does damage to Fierce, who should have a much easier time of things in this round. Although again, there are pistols in play. Weber lands a really nice shot, but in come the refrags across the board. Only Soulcast left alive. They know where he is, and they will deal with him. So this time, Fierce hold on to many more of their guns. But Pensioners are going to have a very good buy into this first gun round. Orp out for Lizzer straight away. The rest of the squad picking up a fair bit of utility. And again, Fierce have some money thanks to that last round win, but they are keeping a couple of weaker weapons into round number 4.
Well, Fierce charging in towards Banana, Molotov burning towards the top. Good damage done on towards Fierce early here from the utility on the CT side. Connor playing back in the bomb site, Weber boosted on up. And it's got the utility available to him. Let's see what this smoke land in towards the half wall. Really nice smoke actually coming in from Weber. That'll prevent Fierce from having that banana control safely. So they're going to relocate, try and take some more control in towards middle in the apartments. They'll leave one player in banana to hold that down and so that Pensioners cannot get aggressive and sort of segregate them off and force them in towards A. And a good kill from Luzza as the smoke fades and finally first blood is drawn.
That's why we wanted to see the AWP as early as possible. Picks up the opening kill. Shaney almost turns around onto Jenko, but eventually Fierce find their opening frag of the round. The question is, can they do any more? Fry is currently solo pushing B, but in the meantime, they lose a fight elsewhere, and this position from Weber is not easy to clear, but it's been cleared by Fry. He has to clear out the second player, though, in towards the triple box, and he wins the fight. Fry has bought his team a real chance in this round. The solo play comes through, AWP rotating over, damage done, but Luzza survives on a fair bit of health as the bomb gets planted. Second time around. The bomb will be planted this time.
Well, Impulse holding in from Barbecue. Luzza moving forward. AWP is going to hit the deck. It leaves Soulcast alone, and Impulse has got him as well. 4-0. It is a great start here from Fierce. You've got to feel it's come so close in a lot of these rounds, but Fierce just winning them. If that's a consistent factor throughout this Inferno game, it can be close to a certain extent, but then Fierce eventually will break the back of Pensioners, and that's when you feel that they might go on a little bit of a run here. And this might just be the round they do it in, because yes, they've got deagles here. It is a bit of a deco, but it shouldn't really pose much of a threat.
Yeah, and even that round there is a real kick in the teeth for Pensioners, who were up in the 4v2 and ended up losing out. Fry was able to solo push the B site and get both kills. That should not be happening. He won the first fight well, but then the second player should have traded. Fry was able to predict his position incredibly well. It all came down to the guessing game for Fry, and once he guessed correctly, he set up his teammate Impulse to close out the round, both finding double kills. And at the start of this one, Fierce have already got the early advantage. We've seen some Deeg shots landing. Astro's taken down to 5 health. However, Pensioners yet to find a frag, and Fry's on the B side.
Ooh. The Krieg can be a cruel mistress sometimes when you have those scenarios where you land a couple of bullets, but it's not enough, and you have to try and start panicking because it's not... Oh, well, okay. Never mind then. Fry just gets both kills pretty quickly, one through the smoke as well. Shaney with a good headshot somehow on the cross actually catches off Fry. Will be a 2v4 here. Fierce just locking down the B-bomb site, trying to limit the casualties, let that money build. And it'll be a 5-0 lead here for Fierce Esports. You can tell they're just very comfortable here in Inferno. And if your map pool isn't really tested across the board in these official games, well, that can be a weakness later on in the tournament, but if you're able to get to the late stages by just winning 2 maps, that's pretty damn impressive as well. It just shows that you're pretty dominant on the maps you prepare on. Ooh, that's a good kill. Could get a second here as well. And yeah, great stuff. He walks away with an AK. Barely walks away with an AK, but he does manage to grab that one. So 5-0. It's going to be a buy for the Pensioners. Double op setup immediately coming through. The saved AK for Soulcast. They actually will allow him to save some money as well. And Shaney with an M4A4. So good chance here for Pensioners to finally pick up a first round here. And for Fierce to break their backs.
Double op setup on the T side as well.
Yeah, that's interesting. We've got 4 ops to play right now. A missed shot from corner, and that's a bit of a sitter.
Nades exchanged, both Orpers down to exactly 62 points of health at the start of this round. As you said, AWP shots missed early. We'll see what those 2 AWPs on the T side can do. So far, they have been able to find fights. I think Pensioners are a team who are going to be willing to take those individual duels, so maybe the double AWPs could work out for them. But once they start to move closer to a bomb site, that's when they could struggle. Good kill from Shaney. He's trying to fall back, and he does so. Impulse misses his mark, so Pensioners get a clean man advantage in a round that they could really do with winning.
$50 seconds on the clock. Furious starting to really lean in towards B here with the remaining 4 players being positioned over here. And actually Weber and Connor are kind of forced back inside of the bomb site. Still a strong hold from in here. It's definitely difficult to deal with unless the utility is on point. They've limited the positions of CT and the coffins. Molotov coming in towards the site as well. Fry is going to burn Connor away. Great Molotov. Good kill from Impulse. And just like that, they have the B bomb site. Fortunately, CTs couldn't really do too much about that. Shaney nearly catches a player through the smoke. Unfortunately, doesn't land the last bullet on towards Fry. They need a kill quickly here, and they're just not getting them.
Yeah, Pensioners are waiting for the fights to come their way, but Fierce are just sitting back, playing it patiently. Nades finally deployed, but Impulse is in on the angle, and that might just put this round to bed. Soulcast also falls. Lazar is just looking to save the AWP. And it's definitely well played by Fierce. Those nades were good. They took the site well. But it also felt a little too easy for them there to just run over the B site. I think Connor must have been blinded while in the flames. That's why he just stuck behind the triple box. Ended up dying straight up to the Molotov. And then once Fierce get that second trade, they're onto the B site. Easy access onto that side of the map. That can be the problem sometimes when you don't have the banana control. If you lose that B bomb site quickly, we know how difficult it is to retake that one. I think we just saw it there. Pensioners were in the 3v3, but they just couldn't find any openings. They couldn't find any way in to that B side of the map. Into this next round, Molotov up banana. Pensioners again forced away from this position with all the nades coming against them. Fierce get free banana control at the start of the round. I say free, they used a lot of nades to take banana control, but it gives them many more options. And you can already see Pensioners are a little worried about that B site. They've sent a 3rd man over to assist, but now Lazar will begin to move back towards A. Fry's alone here with the bomb, for what it's worth. But the push is coming towards top mid.
Well, minute and 5 seconds left. Oh, Op's going aggressive. Lazar, I like this play. They nearly line up for him. They do line up, but he only gets the 1 kill. Does damage on towards Artist, but unfortunately not enough to drop him. So the pressure can start to come in towards the archway. Smoke down forward. Artist push comes right through the smoke, and that's brilliant from Fry. Quick headshot. Connor's not expecting that, and that's also the bomb. Impulse, instead of a smoke being down, he just holds the angle. I like this from Fierce, just confident plays coming in from them. And while Pensioners is just being swung left, right, and center, and can't exactly get a read on what is going on as Fierce are dominating at the minute on Inferno.
Fry has been incredibly good at opening up that B site. It seems like he's got a good feel for when to take the fights, for when to go aggressive. Just goes through the smoke. And yes, it was a very quick reaction shot, but it's not a fight you'd normally expect him to win. He's clearly just aware of exactly the way that he can come out on top in these situations, though. We're seeing the confidence really starting to shine on through from Fierce. And who can blame them, considering they haven't lost a single game so far in this season of the Premiership. 7-0 up. Pensioners having to go for a low buy. Connor on the Mag 7. Shotgun definitely viable on Inferno. They also have quite a few nades, which can always do damage if deployed correctly. I feel as though those nades on Banana could certainly do damage, with Fierce often moving up towards that position early on. See here, for example, deeper nades could have done damage, but they're not quite far enough. So Pensioners use a lot of their utility early on and don't get too much damage for it.
Well, Pensioners, got a good angle here. Weber wants to get aggressive around the corner. And Fry, well, he held a pretty strong angle, but he's dealt with by Weber. Shinny finding success on towards Artis as well. And these Deagles, deadly it seems. And Shinny wants another kill, but Jenko has the positional advantage and able to pick up that kill. So 3v4, Fierce Esports still with a back foot.
maybe wanting to try and cause some issues for pensioners. Although the CTs have some decent money of their own. So even if Fierce win this, it's not guaranteed that you can reset your opponents. Heading into round number 10. 3 premium rifles for Fierce. Jenko stuck on the slightly weaker Galil. And they've got the MAC-10 of Astro in play. This time not focusing on any early banana presence. Luzza is over towards there on the CT side with the AWP. He's actually found the opening kill there. So Fierce are left with their 4 players on the A side of the map.
Well, Shinny runs back in towards the bomb site. Soulcast and Connor fighting themselves the rest of the force. And it will be 7-3 here as Pensioners finally finding a couple in a row. It will be Fierce here, 7 on the board, but a buy is not really available at this point. Another pistol buy coming in here. Pensioners made that look just so easy. You kind of expect a little bit more damage to be done there from Fierce. But another chance here on the pistols. We know they have talented players with the pistols. We'll see if it is enough to cause problems for the Pensioners.
Decent nades. Damage to both Astro and Fry. Pensioners made the last round look like an eco from Fierce. This time with the low buy. You'd expect it to be more of the same. We are seeing that double AWP switch up on Pensioners somewhat in these rounds. Last time Connor took the secondary AWP. This time Shaney is picking it up over towards the B side of the map, but it's Luzza's AWP to take the opening frag. They've got in towards CT though, so Luzza has to be careful. They are rushing him down, and eventually the AWP goes into the hands of Fry. Both T's with rifles here to try to make this work, but Soulcast is looking very good in towards the pit. Fry doesn't want to pull out the molly. It looks like he wants to go for the kill, slowly inching on in, and he gets the first.
That was so patient from Fry there. Doesn't move a muscle. He has got the Molotov. He's going to save it up. Goes in towards long and does good damage. That's going to allow him to reposition and get a stronger position inside of the site. He almost wanted to boost on top of the box, but with a failed jump, he's missed his window of opportunity and goes a little bit too aggressive there, and Weber will take him away. It's going to be a 4th on the board here for the Pensioners, but again, super close. I always credit Luzza actually for doing so much work there. He was under so much pressure. He walks away with 2 kills.
Yeah, and it might look a little strange at the end there that he goes around the corner with the AWP unscoped, but he just doesn't want to make noise, doesn't want to give away his position. As soon as you scope in, you give it away. So he's hoping he can quickly get the kill. When there's 2 players though, that's not going to happen. In comes the full buy again. Shaney picking up the AWP towards the A side of the map. Luzza has gone back towards a banana, which seems to be his staple in these recent rounds. Shaney gets the chance for a shot. Oh, didn't expect the player to be in towards the underpass, but just a little bit of damage dealt on towards him. Fierce again get the banana control pretty easily, although Pensioners have used some nades in reply to try to slow them down. And it looks like Fierce are happy to slow things down, now using the smokes towards A. Again, utility exchanged. Oh, and Shaney goes through the smoke. This could get interesting.
Oh no. Flash is good from Impulse, and yeah, definitely a risky stance from Shaney. Could have worked out, but 2 kills coming from Soulcast's nade. So, the damage from Weber and Connor is not useless. In fact, it's perfect. And it's right back into a 3v3. Fierce had a clear advantage there, but now they have to relocate. They're going to go back in towards B. And currently the only player here is Weber. He'll be sitting on top of the coffins, letting them come on through. But he's dealt with a great headshot from Impulse, who's having impact here. And Luzza looks back in towards the bomb site, but the bomb is already planted, and the post-plant position's assumed.
Luzza needs to be careful. Now that he's scoped in, they know exactly where he is, and Fry is playing proactively. He wants this kill. Deagle out, and it's not good enough. Fry not able to find the follow-up, but Soulcast takes significant damage in the process. He might just be focused on saving the AWP at this point. Whether that's even possible, though, is a question.
I mean, he should be able to get away.
Yeah, there we go.
Got to run.
Soulcast has been so good in the
Yeah,
pit.
it really has. And the utility damage must be incredible off the back of that nade kill. I'd love to see the utility damage. That would be damn solid to check out. I
think both those players were low though, right? So it might not be as high as you think. Soulcast also took a nade in reply as soon as he did the damage.
You're generally going to see a lot of the damage is done in terms of utility by the B players, because obviously you're tossing so much in Banana every round that it just becomes the most dangerous place on Earth at that point. But Molotov going in towards top car, deep smoke coming through, and look at this. This is just a utility battle, just chaos on Banana.
I feel like only CSGO players would be scared of Banana.
I mean, Banana is actually, there's a banana phobia that's quite common.
Is that really?
Yeah, it's pretty weird. I think
Who are your friends, Dinko? Are they all scared of bananas?
Well, actually, I think it spawns from kids who had to have a lot of potassium as a little kid, and they just had to munch about 10 bananas a day, and they just got so sick of it that it developed a phobia. It's actually quite a common thing, though. Flash into the open, Molotov forces Weber from the back lines. Impulse will take the kill. And Shenny wraps around the back. Smoke up in front of the coffins. Good Molotov. That nearly perfect, actually. Denies the bomb plant. And Shenny's flashed and will actually fall to Fry, who gets aggressive through the smoke. Loves deals with him, but still chaos here as Fierce stand with the two-man advantage. But they can't plant the bomb just yet. Eventually, they will get it through. At this point, Pensioners realize save call might just be the call. Jenko will catch off Soulcast. This mix saving for Luzza. A very difficult task indeed.
Ooh, well, now that he's got that kill, he's found the clear path of escape. Another shot lands from Luzza, having a grand old time on the save. Racking up the frags, but they certainly aren't going to lead to the round win.
The timing. He might just get away still, though. He's not really hunting it. I realize the money's not in a great position here on the T side. In fact, so Luzza's actually done quite a bit of damage to the economy of Fierce. Bomb plant and the round win should obviously be enough to bolster this economy a little bit more. Impulse can drop on over. Astro can do the same for Artis and Fry, so they can afford more utility. And they don't really break the bank. And it will be 9-4 here as Fierce. It really does feel like they are starting to build on that momentum. But Pensioners consistently do damage, but they're just not winning the rounds, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's been a little too easy for Fierce on the B side of the map especially. Pensioners consistently giving up banana control, and then Fierce's executes are solid, and they're always winning those trades, it feels like. Shots put towards top mid. Fry again getting aggressive. We've seen him take the point towards B so many times. He might be playing that entry role once again. Looks like the counter smoke is going to slow Fierce down, and there's aggression through mid. They could be flanked here.
Well, Luzza coming in with it. All people get one. Only one. Luckily enough, Shenny's there to get the trade on towards Jenko. And this is a great two-man advantage start for Pensioners. Fierce have got a fight out of Banana here. And Shenny's got a flash over the top. Loses the fight against Astro. And that pulls it back into a doable position here. As Fierce, the two players remaining are on 100 HP. And that is a very important statistic to take a look at. If they're low, then a nade's enough, a Molotov's enough to hold them off, but having this 100 HP gives them a good chance for Fierce to pull their way back into this, and they're going towards the right side of the map. There's only one player there, and it is Soulcast inside of the pit. They both got Molotovs, so they can clear and limit the positions that this player could be playing from, and with 35 seconds, they've got time to check every angle.
It was so in sync there. They both looked the exact same direction, and as you pointed out, Pensioners have such little information, playing it so safe.
Yeah, that Molotov used up actually gives away the general position, and they do get the info, but Soulcast has spotted both of them. The rotation coming in for the two players. Time is of the essence here for Fierce, and Soulcast knows it. He'll hide in the pit, and they haven't dropped him, but the bomb plant has come in. Impulse eventually spots him, drops him on the CZ, and that's a 2v2 with Impulse and, of course, Astro in strong positions to hold off this retake attempt. Astro dealt with. Weber with a great headshot. Now Impulse, he goes aggressive. This could be risky, but he gets the shot off. Heads towards the site. Missed shot in the second, but he's still kicking. He's still alive, and he's going for a little bit more here. Finally drops Connor, and what a recovery from Fierce Esports. A 4v2 from Impulse and Astro.
Yeah, Impulse just going in, out, shaking it all about, and getting the round win for his team. That was very well played in the end there, though. Getting the first shot with the AWP was a must towards the short player. And then he knew exactly where the second man was coming from. And, I mean, he took his time, but he got the kill necessary. I feel as though Pensioners there just once they go a man up, they don't have the information. So, okay, that's nice.
Yeah, Fierce is just feeling it, especially Impulse is just having an incredible game right now. This is a great start from him. Astro going to pick up Lazar. Shinny will drop him, and Artist doing some damage. It does leave Shinny in the 1v4. And, well, not exactly winnable, I am afraid, as Jekyll goes aggressive, spots him, but Shinny turns around and finds 2. Perhaps it is winnable if players are going to run at him like that.
Oh no, Shinny gets the chance for another fight, but Artist was one man too many. Fierce come away with an 11-4 half. And I think, like you said, we can really see now Fierce feeling incredibly comfortable. I'm surprised that that vote is not more one-sided for Fierce, to be honest.
It is pretty one-sided, but like, yeah, I tend to agree. But I definitely feel like the odds should be massively in the favor of Fierce here. I think everyone has to expect that coming in. If you're undefeated and you've only played 2 maps, one of which Inferno, one of which Mirage, and you get Inferno, well, I mean, it's hard to bet against them, isn't it? So, Fierce certainly looking like the team that will be moving through without dropping a map.
Certainly looks likely as we head into the second half pistol round. Luzza picks up a couple of pieces of utility and a P250, so he can fight this long range and look for the headshot. Impulse decides to back off the angle. Fierce do have themselves a defuse kit, and they might need it because this B site hold is pretty passive. They have got the player up on the flower pot boost to try to help Astro hold, but we should see the smoke come in from Pensioners shortly. Luzza needs to make sure he's got the lineup in for CT. It's actually just the flashbang going over the top. The CT smoke is a little late, and it has a gap. That's a problem.
That is a big problem. Astro dropped to 10 HP, forced away. Fry able to find 1, but Luzza and Soulcast coming in with 2 great kills. And finally, Impulse pulls it back. 3v3, Connor with a great headshot. And it's just so back and forth. But Astro, 10 HP, that could be a decisive factor, especially since he's the man with the kit. He'll cover off Banana with the smoke, and Artist is going to line up. Good kills from Soulcast. And yeah, he's been a bit of a shining light for them, the Pensioners, so far in this matchup. Currently 20 and 8. So that's a pretty impressive stat line considering it's 11-5 and you're losing.
Yeah, I'm just glad that missed CT smoke doesn't come back to cost Pensioners, because you cannot be missing the CT smoke there. Got to have that one locked down. Luckily, they trade on towards it. At least they realized the CT smoke was missed. They were able to get the refrag, so it didn't cost them too heavily. Oh, good shot from Impulse. The scout down mid is always a dangerous beast to be fighting against. Weber really taking a ton of damage there, down to 14 health, and Pensioners could be in trouble against this force spike. More damage done by Impulse.
Well, looking to grab 12 here at Fierce, off the back of a round that they definitely should not win. But with the 2 players being so low on the Pensioner side in terms of Weber and of course Soulcast, these pistols, 1 or 2 bullets is enough. They start to come on in. It's got to be crucial here from the Pensioners. Clinical, in fact, as Luzza will hit the first headshot. Double stack in towards the back of the bomb site. Good kill from Astro. If he finds a second, it might as well be over as they start to run on in. The double stack, it has to come through here. Fry, not expected. There's the double kill, and the bomb hits the floor. The CZs come in. Astro and Fry with the great double setup in New Box, and they just had no idea there was a second player there.
Yeah, that works about as well as it could have for Fierce. They win the force spy with ease. Impulse was the man dishing out the early damage. That meant as the players pushed the B site from the Pensioners side, quite a few of them were low on health, so those CZs had a much easier time of things. And Fierce end up winning the round comfortably. Impulse again going for the fight, and he is so good at this one. Okay, this time Weber's going to take him down though.
Connor's aware of a player up in the window, but Artist spins around and finds his head, and it's all on Weber, and 24 HP dealt with by Fry. Pass with the MP9, and 13-5. Looking for victory here, Fierce. They are 3 away from taking Inferno. and a clean sheet to the live finals.
Well, as if Impulse wasn't having enough success with the snipers, he's upgraded from the scouts to the AWP into round 19. Not peeking down mid this time though, even though they are against the full Glocks. Webb has got one flashbang to try and find a way into this round. Fry's MP9 could have a fun time here. Molly goes down to keep him safe. Here we go. Not quite getting the kill yet. Nade might do it though.
Oh, well, Fry having a great time. 3 kills coming his way as he fries them up. Early Soulcast with 2 on the Glock, though. Not exactly the weapon you'd expect to be having that sort of impact, but Artis will drop him in transition towards the B-bomb site, and he will find the follow-up. 14-5. Fierce, they're looking to close this last standby from Pensioners coming into round number 20. It's going to be the SG in the hands of Luzza. Connor, AK for Weber. SG in the hands of Shinny as well. Here it is. Pensioners have to show up.
Yes, they do. Not been good enough from them. They certainly looked competitive in some of the earlier rounds, but they haven't been able to get too many round wins on the board. Fierce always having the slight edges necessary to close out the majority of the rounds. And this time, Luzza's got the opening, but there's the nade from Astro. 2 kills in reply. He almost dies to a nade himself, but Fierce have got the man advantage.
Yeah, Connor starting to move forward in towards apartments. Jenko holds up on the balcony. Smoke going in towards the bottom of Boiler. Impulse misses the shot he would usually hit, but Jenko able to step in. Connor not expecting the angle. Molotov goes in. Jenko needs to stay alive. If he does, it makes things a lot more doable here as the Molotov will burn away Soulcast, and Astro finds Shinny. It's map point for Fierce, and Pensioners cannot do anything here against this roster.
Yeah, well played by Jenko not to get hungry for frags, even in such a one-sided game. He knows that as long as he stays alive, his teammates are in a very good position to win it out. Connor's got the sword off. Guess he'll go on towards apartments or banana, try and find a close angle. Impulse taking damage, has to fall away from that one. But it's looking likely that Pensioners are going to fall right here in this round.
Well, Luzza moves forward with the deagle. Good headshot. Astro able to find the trade back. And we're into a 4v4 as the top mid smoke forces the player back. And Astro will be able to connect on towards Shady. Man advantage here for the CT side. And you can just see how confident Astro is. Just, you know, spraying a corpse, making sure he's extra dead, you know.
He could be playing dead.
I think
you
he's
never
dead.
know.
I think he's definitely dead.
Maybe.
Oh. Well, finally Astro is dealt with. It'd be quite funny if they lost this round or out off the back of that. Well, Soulcast will be dropped to 18. Connor entry fragging through the apartments with a sawed-off. He will get in towards the pit, but Artis is pushed up in the apartments. Eventually he has to realize they're on the A site. You'll hear the utility usage coming in. Pensioners will look to grab themselves a 6th round, but I don't really think it's too possible here. I mean, Connor's still on a sawed-off. He's in a decent angle for it. And, well, he's dealt with. It's all on Weber. 1v3 with the deagle. And he's looking for some heads to pop. He needs to pop through them. And Jenko has dropped him. A 16-5 win for Fierce. And they will continue to keep that clean sheet as they do it back-to-back here at the Prep.
Yeah, look, some signs of life from Pensioners early in the game, but overall, this is what we were anticipating. Fierce just too good throughout the entire season, definitely showcasing that they are the team to beat right now. It's just a question of who is going to be able to beat them.
Well, that's the thing, right? They play so well on online, it doesn't look like anybody's able to beat them. They go to LAN, and that's where things get a little bit different. So this is the real test now when we hit those live finals in Manchester, is whether or not this Fierce team can perform on the LAN.
Definitely important for them. Again, you have to be able to show up in the best of 3s, as we talked about, but they will have more time to prepare for that.
Definitely, and while you have time to prepare for our next matchup, it's our final game of the day. Make sure to go get some refreshments, as we'll be back after the break.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
And welcome back to the ESL Premiership. We've had three great games today. We've got a final one here that we hope will deliver as well. It's not got as much on the line, sadly. I mean, there is nothing but pride, Alex, I'm going to say. Horus, they can't qualify for the live final, sadly. And I think it's just time to sort of gain some confidence and keep their pride intact here.
Just try and get one win on the board at least. Lost every game so far. They were somewhat close against Wind and Rain, but we also have to look at the player of the match.
We do indeed, and well, Impulse and Fry, Soulcast, right? So Impulse definitely was, for me, probably the best player in terms of the impact towards the end there. Fry had some great rounds. Again, he's very consistent, but to have your say, make sure you head over towards social media at ESL UK, and you can have your say on who you thought was the player of the match.
Nice to give a shout out to Soulcast as well, the player playing particularly well for the losing team Pensioners. Definitely the man that gave them a few of their round wins. Overall though, heading into this last matchup, it's hard to know what to expect, honestly. I think Horus will still be wanting to get that win on the board. Remember that even though they go into relegations, they still get to play in those relegations against some of the top teams from the second division. So there is the case of trying to get into form, trying to make sure that you are ready to come back to the Prem next season.
Exactly, and it's all about just playing as best as you can, right? I think that's always going to be the mentality if you're ever going to be a competitor, is the fact that you always have to deliver the best that you possibly can. It's very cliche, but it's true, because at that point, if you're not really competing at the same level that you're capable of, that's when people start to sort of doubt you, and your potential kind of filters up because you don't really have the respective players anymore.
Yeah, I know that Cold Zero would always say even when he was playing matchmaking with his friends, he was still thinking about what's the best move, what are my opponents doing, how to play this scenario. So certainly, whenever it's an official game, you want to see that coming through for both these teams.
Exactly. Well, I don't know what to expect coming into this matchup. I'm hoping we're going to see the best form from both teams, but it does have the caveat that we're not going to be expecting to see either of these teams at the live finals. So the fact that this is a matchup coming in, there could be a lot of shaky plays. But we'll take a look at the rosters. It's going to be Emperor here, ZNX, JSav, Rezd, and Cypher. A pretty solid lineup, I have to say, coming in from Veloce. And over on the Horus side of things, it's B Magic, Luke JM, BHJZ, Peggy, and Dexy.
Yeah, overall, I think that the talent has to go more over on that Veloce side. As you were saying earlier, it's nice to see ZNX back in a team. He's been missing for a long time. He was that breakout player we saw a few seasons ago who got his chance on Endpoint. That roster didn't work out, but he definitely belongs in the Prem, so good to see him come into this team.
Yeah, he's definitely a very, very solid player, and it's good to find himself at home, exactly. And well, it's time to get in towards maps, and with these two teams, yeah, I don't really know what to expect, Alex. I'm thinking we're going to see a little bit of Mirage. Maybe Nuke could come through. We've seen that come through for some of these teams. But Vertigo and Mirage banned straight away, so no Mirage. Horus wanted to get rid of that one.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe they could float Vertigo a bit for the last game of the Prem, get some different maps involved, but apparently not. At least Mirage is banned, though, so we'll get some different maps.
No cash, though. It's not in the pool yet.
No, not quite.
Not quite. I think when that comes back, we'll see a lot of teams want to play that one. But yeah, Mirage certainly going out as a ban for Horus. Perhaps they just don't feel confident against the individuals over on the Veloce side.
Definitely could be a factor there. Again, like we were saying, we think that's the edge that Veloce should have. Horus, I think, are more of a solid lineup we've seen throughout the season. They've been retaining most of their players, so you would expect them perhaps to have the edge as a unit.
Well, really clutching straws, but yeah. But I think that's definitely something that you could make an argument for. Train coming in as a ban for Veloce, Horus banning Overpass, and, well, they're two very tactical maps that I don't think either of these teams will be able to play to a sufficient level. So I don't mind seeing those go. I think leaving Dust 2 in here is certainly one of the maps that these teams could go towards. Yeah,
Inferno, again, is a map we've seen so far today. Oftentimes can be a middle ground for teams. It's kind of a nice mix between some structure and some ability to make individual plays, especially on that CT side. You have the options to go aggressive, so could see that come through. I feel like Inferno might be where Horus could use their sort of togetherness to their best advantage, but they decide to remove it and they go to the Dust 2.
Yeah, so Veloce getting rid of Nuke, Inferno coming in, and Dust 2 is the final map of today. We haven't seen Dust 2 come through today, so it's a good little refreshing map to have for the final game of the day, and it's a map where I feel like both teams should be able to compete.
I feel like we saw Horus play Dust2 earlier in the season and they lost pretty badly. I think it was against one of the top teams though, so that's kind of what you expect when the skill discrepancy comes through. This one should be a bit closer in terms of the two teams' skill, but overall, you still feel like Veloc probably have the edge just based on their individuals.
Well, Horus actually have a player, I believe B-Magic is also from Ireland, because he was at a LAN event I attended a few years ago. It was actually the first ever thing I casted, so got some more presence in there. We did have Connor in the last game, didn't have the hottest of matches, sadly. But B-Magic looking to do better, I hope, in this one. Dust2. What we see in Dust2, the sort of meta that's established right now is just that sort of contact push in towards the B-bomb site, deep smoke towards the bottom of the stairs and explode with flashes, catwalk take where you smoke off close box, you smoke Xbox to start with, close box when you take catwalk, and obviously the deep smoke onto the boost boxes, and sometimes CT spawn as well, but there's different variations. The main thing though when you're taking that catwalk is to neutralize the potential alt player playing from long. So if you have those flashbangs available and they're on point, maybe even Molotovs, you can get rid of that deadly AWPer that's playing in this position that we're currently flying over. And a lot of teams that have a proficient AWPer and he doesn't get neutralized, they can have a really solid CT side. So utility is not the biggest factor on Dust2, but it certainly plays a huge role in success when it's a close game.
Here we go, P250s picked up for Veloc, heading straight into the pistol round on their T side. B-Magic finally buying the kit.
Well, good shot. ZNX starts things off well. Let's give it the P250 running over the top of BHJZ. B-Magic hides in the corner. Actually, just letting the walk-on pass. They don't even check him. He takes one kill. He will fall. J-Sav. He's going to be able to pick up B-Magic. As Dexy looking for some action. J-Sav able to take him away. And Peggy on his own in a 1v4.
Doesn't even have the advantage of the silencer. They'll know where he's coming from as soon as he pulls the trigger. Cypher can obviously see him anyway. Oh, the shots are finally landing. Gets the one kill he was looking for. Veloc don't really need to fight any further, especially with the bomb being planted up on top of the box. They are in a great shape to close this one out. Another shot landed. Somehow Peggy's gone untouched here as he moves onto the site. Surely some shots should land soon, and it's Cypher who gets him.
That was quite an awkward sort of body fling there from Peggy once he died. The ragdoll.
Scouts. That's a lot of scouts.
That is a lot of scouts, yeah. I'm looking forward to this. 5-man middle, please. That would be quite beautiful. We'll see if Veloc even challenge mid. They have a Krieg, but other than that, I don't really expect to see too many players holding that mid position. And they've just shot the teammate in frustration. No one's peeking mid, and your scout buy just looks silly.
Yeah, it's hard to see how they win the round with the 5 scouts.
I know how they win the round, Alex. They find 5 kills with the scouts.
Yeah, just all land headshots.
I mean, it's possible. It's just very difficult.
They stacked towards the B site pretty heavily here. Oh, the timing for BHZ not good, but it's Peggy who's found the opening kill. Maybe these scouts can do some damage.
If you're on Veloc right now, you just hear so many of these shots going off, you're just so confused. You've got to think some of them are decoys. Well, they're working. 2 kills coming in. Cypher will get rid of B-Magic. The grenade comes in and does a little bit of damage, but not a whole lot. Luke JM peeking into the open, does damage, and ZNX will take him away. PHGZ looking for the follow-up. Unfortunately, he cannot be accurate. That would have actually been a 3v2 in favor of the CT side, so quite an influential kill coming in there. Going for the run boost across CT. Doesn't work, so instead they go for the more traditional bomb toss across the open, and Emperor peeks in, finds Dexy. So Peggy, the last remaining player in the 1v3. 2 of them are low, so 1 shot from the scout will do. And if he can land the headshot on towards Emperor, that's even better. Unfortunately, get the timing and can't land the shot. Emperor will drop him. 2-0. Decent damage to get 2 kills, but there will be another eco coming up. So most likely the 3-0 start here for Veloce.
I mean, they could afford the scouts again, Dinko.
They could do it.
You never know.
But that would be insane.
It would be. a bit too insane for Horus. They take the save as expected. I mean, if they did have the scout, ZNX could have been punished, but he runs down in towards mid. Rez rushing out through a long. There's the opening kill. There's the follow-up against the pistols. This is basically what we expected to see. ZNX has taken some damage, so his teammate will lead the charge towards mid. They haven't cleared his position, but they have got the trade. Only the single casualty taken in that round.
Well, 3-0 for Veloce. Find themselves with a perfect start. But finally, a little bit of resistance may come their way, as Horus have invested into this one with a double op setup, Peggy and Dexy carrying them on over, and then for a 4 for B-Magic and BSJZ, and Luke JM will carry himself an AUG. Dexy scoped in towards top middle, this one comes in towards Xbox, and Peggy could be about to take this first kill, but Veloce not walking in towards his crosshair just yet. Assuming they'll take a flash, but they go for the shoulder peek, and Peggy's able to land it. Flash should come in, it's a good one, and Peggy will get away with his life, but trade it back as JSav hits the headshot and reply. Luke JM has a grit angle to deal with here, but ZNX will trade.
Even trades are good enough for Veloce. They should get onto the B site. Molotov doesn't land in the window, so they might feel a little vulnerable, but they've got the door smoked, and they've got the bomb planted. They have had to go for the safer bomb plant, though. Flush is already coming in. B-Magic on the site, gets the spray down, but Rez is there for the refrag, and Rez spots the player in the flames. All on Dexy, good shot onto the first, and he knows that ZNX is likely in the tunnels. Gets on the bomb, he's got this.
Wow.
He's got this. ZNX can't go for it. It's going to be the round win for Horus, as it's an easy 1v1 for Dexy.
Yeah, and with ZNX actually dying there as well, it's just extra, you know, toppings on the hot dog, I'm gonna say. Maybe pizza. Oh. I was gonna say cake, but
I thought cake.
Who really cares about toppings on a cake?
I care. I like. What does icing count as a topping?
Yeah,
Or is
but
that part of
icing,
the cake?
icing can sometimes just ruin a cake, doesn't it?
I like icing. I mean, you can always take it off.
The worst part about cake is definitely jam.
Nah, jam's
It's got to be
good.
chocolate or it's got to be plain sponge.
I like jam cakes.
Okay, we differ in opinion,
This
Alex.
is where our friendship ends, Dinko.
The cake was just final straw. Well, Molotov goes deep in towards the tunnels. They start to gather in behind it. Emperor has a Molotov ready. That would have been perfect. The flash is interesting. The Molotov definitely would have been better. But he's not going to use it. He's going to keep it in his back pocket. And having a Molotov in your back pocket can sometimes go pretty
Hopefully he won't be
Oh,
making mistakes. BHZ is not in the best position there, taking a ton of damage, and B-Magic is actually the man to fall. HJZ can't recover the rifle. The Molotov is behind him. He is not in a great position, but at least the smoke keeps him alive for now. Emperor taking a bit of damage himself. BHJZ eventually upgrades to the rifle, and I think he just wants to get the hell out of there. No one's on the A site itself right now. A long open for the aggression. Dexy is looking back now, but he's alone on short. Two different angles to deal with. Good shot onto the first man, but the Molotov is going to allow a free bomb plant.
Flash goes into the air. Dexy looking for a pick. Luke JM starting to push forward on the edge of the smoke. The time is ticking, and Luke's going to peek in towards Pit. He had a chance, but doesn't land a single shot. ZNX will get rid of him. And this looks to be a good reply from Veloce, but Dexy tries his best. And he will be finished off by ZNX, who has been known to have a great performance on Dust 2.
Definitely capable on this map. Veloce off to a strong start here into this one. I think on the Horus side of things, when we casted them on Dust 2 in the regular season, I remember Peggy having a lot of impact with that AWP. He's not able to get it out in the early stages of this one, though. It's the pistols in play, and Horus actually getting some damage done here. Trades come back around, Emperor's found a couple of kills, and Luke JM should be hitting the deck.
This is disgusting. There we go. Finally, Luke is dealt with. I believe it is Veloce, Alex.
Veloce.
You have to have that sort of spice to it, you know?
Okay.
Veloce. I believe I think they're French. I think I had like a. I think Yumi was telling me to have a racing team in esports, like a sim team. But yeah, it sounds better when you add the spice, Alex.
It does. It doesn't sound like UK though, does it?
No, but sometimes everything can't be British, Alex.
That's true. Bit of spice in your life is nice. JSAV gets the spray down on towards B Magic, who was there alone. We are seeing some of these solo fights come through for Horus, which are somewhat dangerous for them. Dexy, though, getting aggressive, almost gets the angle, but he can't find the pick with the AWP just yet. There it is.
JSAV just walking around the corner. Doesn't really think there's a possibility a player's going to be there, and, well, just gets picked off for him, unfortunately. Veloce have got themselves a difficult situation here. Man advantage for Horus, double up setup. Minutes still on the clock to play with. Veloce, they've got one smoke. That's not enough to cross over completely. It will leave a bit of a gap, but Cypher's here. There goes the smoke. Molotov in towards the elevator.
Missed shot from Dexy, but ZNX is the man who's found the entry onto the site. Again, Horus losing control of A. They have to play for the retake, but with 2 AWPs currently in hand, that's not easy, especially not now that ZNX has landed that shot. Good trade from Peggy, back to the 2v2.
This could be that impact you were talking about with Peggy on the AWP. We know he has potential. Rez holding off the ramp push, though. Looks going to be finished off, but Peggy wins that aim duel. Not a 1v1. Cypher inside of the smoke. He's played this one to perfection, but Peggy, he was sticking it for a second. Comes off the bomb spot. Cypher, the leg shot coming in. So close, but Cypher will win the round for Veloce. And you have to remember, that was a very fearsome round for Horus. They had the man advantage to play with. Veloce did have to recover with limited utility. And fortunately, should I say, for Veloce, ZNX was able to pick up a headshot that just proved to be crucial.
Yeah, and at this point, Veloce have been exploiting A long, or the A site, round after round. This time they're rushing in toward mid, which might be an issue, but the B site has been taken. They do lose the one rifle. Peggy picks up the SG. However, he's not really in a position to use it. B site lost. ZNX with another great headshot.
Yeah, great headshot coming in. 3v4 at the minute. Veloce with just great amounts of advantages in terms of the weapons that they've got to work with. And the CT side, well, they've picked off a Krieg. That's something you definitely want to keep into the next round. Be it JZ and be Magic, finding kills in the Deagle, making it expensive for Veloce. A lot of these rounds have been close, so they're just going to run on in, see what they can do here. Rez misses the spray, and suddenly it's all on Cypher. Headshot comes in from Dexy. They're going to go for the defuse. And there's enough time for it, surely, here. And that is just ridiculous. That came out of nowhere. It was looking like a save from Horus, but they just run in towards the bomb site after they find those 2 kills. And that was just an overextension from Veloce. They got complacent. They thought they won that round, and unfortunately they make mistakes that allow Horus back into it.
Yeah, I think that whiffed spray from Rez was the real difference maker. As soon as he doesn't get a single kill there, he leaves his teammate with the AWP in a 1v2. Not really going to be too doable. Horus get the trade that they needed, and they get themselves a much-needed round on the board. Dexy having to fall back rather quickly. JSAB also gets aggressive, and the MAC-10 cuts down BHJZ at the start of this round. Very early aggression coming in, but there is the trade from Horus. Oh no, okay. Turns around, gets the kill. This MAC-10 is really dishing out the damage.
MAC-10 is the best weapon. Confirmed. JSAB will find Peggy. Looking through middle. Moving up to his name. He'll start to spray. And ZNX will find the headshot. Dexy trades back, but he needs an ace. So not going to be too easy here for Dexy. He'll go back in towards the longhouse and try and come through the doors, but there's someone watching it, and that's a problem, but it doesn't matter for Dexy. A quick shot. He's just playing with no fear at this point. Knows there's little time to waste at this point. He wants to get close to the site. He wants to start taking these fights. And he's close to the site. He can start to take his time, but looks away at the wrong time, and Rez able to find a headshot. It's going to be a reply from Veloce after that absolute nightmare of a round loss in the previous. Speaking of nightmares,
Are you going to tell us one of your nightmares, Dinko? Is that what's happening here?
No, it's actually going to bring up the nightmare scenario for the economy over on Horus if they had invested in this one and lost. So they've made the right decision and gone for a little bit of a lower buy.
Crashing up through mid, those flashbangs not going to be used. JSav just takes the fight alone. Not the best idea, gives away the rifle, and Horus found a way into this round. They've got the man advantage, they've stole away a rifle, and they've pushed all the way through B.
Dexy just loves a good run. There's no shift walking involved in any of his approaches. Every time I cut to him, I love it, because he's just speeding everywhere. No time wasted whatsoever. B-Magic will get dropped by ZNX. Emperor ready to peek around the corner. Dexy still fighting, takes a kill. And will he use the shift key? That is the question. No. Still running, and a little bit too fast as ZNX finds him. It's 8-2. And Veloce, they've already won the half. Buy coming in. Double up setup, it's something they've went to twice now. I think it's definitely a viable option on Dust 2, especially with Peggy's impact and Dexy showing proficiency. This could be something that allows Horus to pick up a few rounds.
Yeah, and these gun rounds, it's oftentimes been mainly down to those two AWPs to get them a lot of their kills. Early A-long fights again, damage done both ways. Dexy has found an opening frag elsewhere. The push is coming up through mid. B-Magic getting a bit frisky here, and he has managed to slip through the cracks. I don't think Veloce are aware of this. ZNX is a dead man walking. B-Magic almost gets the follow-up frag, but JSav manages to trade, so not a bad attempt from B-Magic, but the bomb will eventually be recovered by Veloce. Veloce.
Hey.
I'm trying to learn Dinko. I'll get there.
You got it wrong twice, Alex. It's got to be the A, you know.
Veloce.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
all.
Can't I just call them Velus?
No.
Like an English noob. It's like when there's that one person in French class who just doesn't try the French accent at all.
Oh, that was very annoying. That was very annoying. Well, Rez does find Peggy. Back into a 3v3. 50 seconds left. Emperor is going to be tapping. He will be dropped by BXJZ. The push from Veloce coming in towards short. BXJZ sets back in towards the lower parts of ramps. It's going to be BXJZ with a grit headshot on towards Rez. It's JSav alone in a 1v3. I don't think that he'll have too much success here, unfortunately, unless they make a huge error here on the CT side. Molotov goes in towards the CT area. JSav just looking over the wall and towards elevator, spots a low HP player, and maybe there is a slight chance now he's found that kill. They're both playing pretty passively, but that Molotov comes in and he's just used up his smoke. So he will not even be able to get the bomb plant here. The time so low. One's pushed up on his right in towards Gandalf, and they've got a crossfire in short. He doesn't even realize that, and Luke has got it. Good play there from Horus. Really nice recovery, and it's 8-3. They find themselves another round on the board.
Now, Horus finding a couple of rounds here and there, but we need to see some more consistency. If they could win this one, though, the money from Veloce is not too good. Emperor's stuck on the scout, Cypher with a Desert Eagle. The money fully invested into this one. So Horus have put themselves in a position where they could get some rounds on the board, get a win streak going, which is what we've been waiting to see. B-Magic again with an aggressive stance towards mid. Horus have been willing to fight towards short quite aggressively. Considering it's only B-Magic here, this is a massive risk. This is too much. He loses out. Easy kill for Cypher, and Veloce have been gifted a couple of opening kills.
Well, Dexy and BXJZ find themselves two. It's going to be a 3v3 here. Dexy looking for the pick. JSav moving on through in towards the site. The rest of Veloce starting to come on in. Bomb plant coming through. It's going to be a full stick. BXJZ picks over the top. Rez trids back. Luke with another kill. And it's a 1v2 this time for JSav as the headshot comes right through the box. And, well, Horus are winning these, but the bomb plants keep coming through. Veloce not really in an economic position to buy here, but this is actually a really solid chance for Horus to make something of this half. With Veloce looking so strong at the start of this, it really felt like they were about to run away with it. But Horus have stayed in it. They haven't backed on, and they find themselves a chance here to grab a few more runs at the half.
Yeah, even though Veloce were able to get the opening 2 picks in the round, Horus come in with a surprisingly fast retake. winning out in so many of those fights. Veloce generally found success towards A, this time trying to look in towards B, and B Magic, again, has probably gone too aggressive there. Gives away the rifle, but the rest of the team have recovered for him. BHJZ is pushed all the way through A long. That was a close shot from Dexy. He knew the smoke was coming, so he tried his luck. Not able to connect the shot this time, though. And again, Veloce go back to the A site where they found so many bomb plants, but I doubt they'll get the round win this time.
Well, Horus putting PHJZ up on towards the site, flashing towards the air. Luke able to pick off Z and X, and it's just individual fights going in favor of Horus. Not too much was expected, sadly, of Veloce there. They didn't have a whole lot to play with, but now they do. They've got their rifles back in their hands. There's no ops to challenge the op of Dexy. It's interesting that Peggy has just stuck with a rifle here, perhaps forced by the economic hand, but it doesn't really matter because Dexy's doing a really solid job so far in this game.
Horus are just playing so free now. They're just going for individual plays. That's been the difference. They've been freed up. They've been willing to get aggressive. You can already see Peggy pushed into lower tunnels, and Rez almost loses out. He takes the dink, but replies with a spray down. Back to a 4v4 after Dexy got the opening kill for his team.
There's a certain weapon that comes to your head when you're Peggy in that situation, and it's the AK. You hit that headshot with an AK, instant kill. M4, you get a dink and you're dead. It's quite unfair. But Luke is going to push up. He will be ripped to pieces by Rez. Dex able to find a kill through the wall with the AWP. There's a 3v3 here. B-Magic being pressured. Rez holding the window angle, and he might just get the timing here if BHJZ pushes through the site. Although that utility being used up, it's going to cause the peak. And BHJZ with a grit kill. So quick as Dexy stands in as well. Cypher alone in a 1v3. And Horus, they're fighting, and they're looking solid on the CT side. Dexy is beasting right now against this Veloce side.
Yeah, Dexy's definitely been a big part of this success on the AWP. Cypher looking for the solo fight. Okay, B-Magic is spotted. His legs out in the open. Cypher taps away for the opener. But with 22 seconds left on the clock, he is in trouble. Dexy again lands a solid shot. Quad kill for him on the round. 20 kills to his name, top fragging the server, even though Horus are down in rounds. And for the last round of the half, Horus go back to that double AWP setup we saw previously. Peggy picking up the secondary sniper for the team. Might go for the peek down mid. Z and X has got the scout trying to hold it off. Looks like neither side will do much damage. And again, this B tunnel's aggression has been unrelenting. This time though, Emperor has found the angle and Horus are caught out. B-Magic has been too aggressive towards the end of this half, I think. So many times he's been the first man to fall.
He's currently 6 and 14, so he's dying a lot more than he's finding success, and that usually is an indication that you should kind of tone it down a little bit. The argument is always, why don't you get an info? Well, I'm pretty sure you're going to know people are mid, no matter what you do.
Why did you put on that accent for him?
It's just those people, man. In matchmaking, you know, you have those guys that are just pushing mid everyone. I'm not saying B-Magic's that guy.
Okay, good. I thought you were doing an impression of B-Magic.
I'm just saying that there's some inner anger that I have cooped up because of matchmaking. I just want to vent it.
Gotcha.
Well, last round of the first half, Veloce have fallen to pieces, but they've got a good chance to grab 9 here. Flashbang in. Luke is going to be run over the top of Cypher with the Mac-10. It'll be BHJZ, Peggy and Dexy left in a 3v5 retake scenario with the ball planted. Veloce will be looking to grab their 9th. And, well, if they go into the second half off the back of a round win, that kind of forgives, you know, the last 2 that they've lost. But they've just got to hold off this retake.
Ooh, good angle from J-Sav. Peggy in the smoke, might find this. There's the no-scope, up close. Shots are being landed here. Dexy unable to do enough, though. Veloce were always going to be in position to win that round and take that 9-6 half you were talking about.
Yeah, comes through. And, well, the odds actually, people at home actually believe that Horus are going to be the winners. I mean, they haven't won a single map in the Prem yet, but I like the support they're getting.
Yeah, you got to have faith. You want,
and
you want to get one win.
They're certainly in a position where they might be able to do so. It would be a nice note to go out on, right? You know, find themselves a map win in your last game of the tournament. It's not too bad.
Better than nothing, that's for sure. They have played a couple of close maps as well. They lost 13-16 against Wind and Rain. That was their closest.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of teams that have come close to finding a lot of success, and I think Diablos are one of those teams who are just winning every week. Well, they finally get a win because they've come so close in all of their matchups, and they finally did. Still not enough just yet. But, of course, these teams will not be heading to the finals, most likely. Definitely not for Horus. So, but you can go over towards ESL.im and get your tickets. You can go to Manchester. You can watch, you know, the likes of Fierce, the likes of Vex, who are already there. And
I mean, Horus could go just as spectators.
I mean, they can get their tickets as well.
See what they're missing out on.
That would be quite a horrible experience. But Pistol in the second half here. 9-6. Veloce leading.
Is that a missed smoke?
You believe it is. It will be JSAF with 1 kill. Peggy able to follow up, and it will be a 3v3 here straight away. Smoke still available for Peggy, but Emperor is just hiding, letting them come close. Eventually, he will get a chance, and that's the bomb on the floor, looking for the second as well, but he's dinked up. Dropped to 10 HP. Oh.
2 kills come in, but Cypher's got one back into the 1v1, flicks around, but Peggy was always in position to win that fight. There we go. I like seeing the confidence from Horus.
Well, 9-7. Let's see if Horus can get themselves a little bit of momentum going here at the start of the second half. I'm interested to see what the T side looks like. Veloce going to go for 0 investment apart from 1 P250 on ZNX.
Shouldn't be too difficult for Horus in this one. They have got a couple of those SMGs which can be sent in first. Either to get the frags or maybe just to get the information, depending on how the battles go for them. JSAF spotted towards short. Again, that nade landing in a poor position, hits the roof, bounces back down. Seen that before. A site is wide open though, so many nades towards short. That's not going to be good for Veloce. Losing 3 players. This is going to be a round for Horus. It's just about what Veloce can get at the end here. Maybe it's worth just saving the Mac 10 for ZNX right now because they are both very low on health. How is Cypher not dead? How is Cypher? There we go.
God. Definitely took a while, but ZNX will be running away to save a Mac 10, a P250, and a flash. Not exactly the items you want in your shopping cart, but, you know, you'll take what you can.
I mean, they're free, Dinko. I'd take them.
They are free. Apart from the P250, you had to spend $300 on that.
You did. You are right. Very nice looking knife.
You might just lose it all here though, but it's worth it if he gets a kill towards Peggy, and he cannot do so. He will save. 9-8. Horus 1 away from equalizing, but here comes their first test of the second half. It's Veloce with a buy. They're going to get themselves M4A4s, A1S on JSAP, and an AUG in the hands of Rezd, who is currently 20-12, having a great performance. Dexy the only one rivaling him at 24-10.
That was a double smoke from Veloce for the mid-cross.
Miscommunication.
Definitely.
They hit the Xbox smoke this time.
That's a nice sign. No real slow play in this round. Horus are rushing on towards the A-bomb site. Molotov's used to try to clear this out. And Dexy has already landed the opening shots. That's going to be the bomb plant. And BHJZ isn't done yet. Horus, again, just taking fights. And this is exactly what we want to see from them. The confidence is showing.
Yeah, Dexy is hitting some nutty shots so far in this game. With ops, with rifles, with everything, really. ZNX and Cypher left alone. Only Cypher going back in towards the pit. And it will be 9-9. Horus equalizing the scoreline. And their first hurdle they had to jump over, well, they did it easily, Alex. They did not fall on their face.
Yeah, I feel like the bar was set pretty low on that hurdle by Veloce, considering how quickly they all lost these fights. But credit to Horace, winning these battles. Like you said, some good shots being landed for sure. And Veloce back down to pistols. Looks like Horace could be getting into the lead, as long as they don't fall to these pistols in this round. 3 Desert Eagles in play. Emperor going for a fairly hefty investment with the Kevlar and the 5.7. Doesn't have too much money left behind. And Horace, again, just going towards A-Long. This is where they feel most comfortable. They know they've got the better long-range rifles. They even have the AWP of Dexy. So Veloce can't really challenge A-Long too heavily.
Well, Emperor. Definitely my favorite type of penguin.
Good, good.
Actually, that's a lie. Chocolate biscuits are much better. Look, he's going to find himself res. He will find the follow-up as well towards Cypher. Dexy with a grit headshot. JSAV finished off, but suddenly 2 kills come in on the pistols, but ZNX will only grab the 1. And it's Emperor actually with an AK.
I don't know if I could name another type of penguin.
Rock
I probably
hopper.
should. Okay. Mr. Penguin expert over here.
Happy Feet.
Don't think that's a real type of penguin.
Have you ever seen Happy Feet, the film?
I have, yes.
That's where you get your penguin knowledge.
Right.
He's the dancing penguin. Well,
That's good.
it will be 10-9. Horace actually into the lead. So, taking a look at that first half, the way things were going, I definitely did not think that Horace would be the first team to reach double figures. It was looking rough. Then Dexy kind of stepped up to an unbelievable level, and he's continued to do that throughout the second half as well. And while Horace, they're on their merry way to a win here if they can keep this up.
And this is definitely an opportunity for some of these individuals to show us what they have to offer. Dexy definitely trying to make a name for himself with this sort of performance.
Dexy has the same amount of kills if you combine BHJZ and Peggy together, or, you know, anybody else and Peggy together. That's pretty nuts.
He's been doing very well. BHJZ on this angle with the SG has already found the opening kill. He wants to do more damage though, and ZNX fully blinded. That is a great flash from Luke JM. BHJZ follows through, and Veloce are getting annihilated on this second half.
Yeah, DE_Troid. That is, it's not going well for them at all. Bomb planted. Horace having a great time. Only 11-9. Cypher will pick off BHJZ, but Rezd and Cypher having to save. They have no other option. They have to get these weapons into the next round. If not, they'll have barely anything to play with. And if I'm Horace, I send maybe Peggy and Luke, B-Magic as well. Just try and get rid of these guns. You've got so much money in reserve. Getting rid of these weapons is going to be so beneficial for you in these next few rounds. Oh no, Cypher unscoped, goes for the no-scope, but Rezd able to keep him alive, and Cypher, I'm sure his heart rate raised to an unhealthy rate there.
He is safe though. His teammate keeps him alive. So Veloce hold on to some weapons to be able to buy into this next round. We really need to see them not lose those opening fights, though. Maybe it's just worth giving up A-Long if they're going to lose those fights every single time. Ooh, that was close from Dexy. Veloce are going for the A-Long battle. Cypher's got the opening kill towards mid. Horace are trying to rush in towards this one, and Cypher's got to be careful.
Well, flash up. It's going to blind everyone, including Cypher, as he has to fall away. Back up towards the boxes. Great flash coming in from Horace again. Molotov goes at the right time, and Cypher not hitting shots, unfortunately, here for Veloce. JSAV will, though, as he pushes through and finds 2. Looking for the 3rd kill on the pistol, and maybe a little bit overzealous, gives away his life, but the aggressive push from ZNX is good. He will get B-Magic. Dexy's in a 1v3. He has had an incredible performance. This would bring him up to the 30 bomb. The problem is the bomb is on short, and he's got to try and grab that. And he's going to peek towards window, and Cypher will hit the shot. Finally, Veloce able to pick themselves up around in the second half.
Definitely took their time in getting this round win, but they finally find that round we were waiting for, keeping this game somewhat close here in the second half. Full buys again for both teams. Not the double AWPs for Veloce, just the single sniper for Cypher. Rez currently solo holding the B site, putting down his nades early to make sure he can't get a run over, which is exactly what you would expect from someone who is tasked with holding a bomb site all by himself. Dexy is getting the opportunity to try and find an angle here, but Veloce are playing it so safe. No fights given over to Dexy. Horus have still got a ton of time to work with, so they won't be too worried about this just yet, but eventually they give up on the boost. Dexy will go for a fight elsewhere.
Money's at breaking point for both teams right now, so this is a really important round. You can see methodically taking the approach here on Horus. Clearing in behind the door. Molotov coming in from B Magic as well, but ZNX is gonna have to fall back away in behind. He's not taking any damage from that. Must have just played on the edges of it until it spread. Push coming on in. It's going to be Horus with the catwalk execute. Really solid stuff coming in from them. Good kill though from Cypher as he drops BSJ. Going back for more. He does land the shot, but not lethal. And it's going to be a 3v3. Dexy coming back in. Good kill on towards Emperor. And Smoke going in for the cross. JSav, he's going to be there close. Flash going through. He wants to try and catch the long player. But all he does is run right into the waiting arms of Peggy, who's able to take him away, leaving Rezd in a 1v3 that's pretty unrecoverable.
Yeah, even though the two players on the site are low on health, he's got so many angles to be scared of. Runs out, they know where he is. Quick trade comes in from Luke JM, not giving Rez any opportunity to land his shots. Horus up to a 12-10 lead. Again, Dexy's really the standout performer here. 29 kills now. Trying to put himself in discussion for the Prem VP for this week, I'm sure. And he's got chances to get even more damage done. Not landing the shots on the cross this time around. As you said, Veloce don't have a perfect buy into this one. The money is starting to really be a problem for them. And Horus haven't really tested the waters too often towards the B site. They are currently grouped up in towards the tunnels, but we've seen them go for this boost play before. They're going to try the same again, and Veloce aren't going to give them too many chances. Another passive B hold.
Well, Horus starting to come in towards the tunnels. Rez holding off in behind the smoke. This is his teammate Smoke. Under 50 seconds in play. Flash goes up in towards middle. Two players cross to the Xbox. Smoke ready for CT spawn with a pop flash set up by Dexy. Also supporting while he's top fragging. And the flash will go through. BHJZ with a Molotov. Goes in towards CT spawn. Tension building as Luke takes the first fight against Cypher. First blood drawn, it's for the CT side, but the trade is in. And it keeps going forward for Veloce. As BHJZ and Peggy with 17 seconds to make a play. And it's not going to be easy for them. JSav just run right past Peggy, going straight to the bomb. He's making a beeline for it. And with 9 seconds, there's just not enough time to make this happen. And JSav makes the correct call, the correct decision to sprint for the site. It was over anyway, but 12-11. It truly is on here for Veloce as they find themselves an important round win and stay alive.
Very scrappy game between these two teams, and Horus haven't got the best money into this next round. That's definitely going to be a factor as this game goes on. With such a close scoreline, with so few rounds left heading into this second half, anytime you have to take a low buy, you are going to feel terrible about it. And look at those predictions over on the Twitter. 50-50 between these two teams. Cannot be separated, and that's kind of what we're seeing in this game right now. Very, very close affair between these two.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, right? Because coming into this, we knew it was going to be most likely a close game, but this has been a good close game. You know, we kind of expected maybe the intensity would kind of drop, but Horus are giving it everything in a minute. They're playing well. They're taking methodical approaches, and while Cypher has just dropped Luke, it's going to be an early advantage here for Veloce. Just the pistols for Horus, just saving everything they possibly can to have a full investment moving into the next round. Emperor will take away B-Magic. Peggy falls victim to JSav. BSJZ and Dexy remain inside of middle. Not a whole lot they can hope to do, but a good headshot is at least something.
Quick trade from Cypher. They all in position to take out BHJZ. And Dexy just looking to see if there's anything available to him. Sitting behind the smoke. Eventually it fades. JSav spotted. There's the shot Dexy wanted. Might not be able to get the gun, but he's looking for further fights. Long range with the Desert Eagle. Ends up finding a FAMAS for his troubles. Shouldn't be too many more chances though. 4 bullets as he attempts to pre-fire, but Cypher is there to land a shot.
Well, 4 rounds is needed for both teams to take the win here on Dust 2. We are again even in round 25, nothing separating the two teams. It's going to be the ult picked up for Cypher. Ult for Dexy, who's been so impactful, has broken the 30 bomb. 31 and 14 currently, having an excellent performance. He will shoot straight down middle, looking for a pick.
Yeah, again, not able to get the timing right on that mid-cross. He's attempted that shot pretty much every time he's had the AWP. Unable to get the opening kill. Maybe it would be worth him trying to get a kill at A-Long in one of these rounds if he gets a good spawn for it. Maybe a switch-up could be a good idea, but here come the nades over towards A-Long. 2 smokes down should allow them to take easy control of this. Emperor is isolated. He wins the first fight, but in come the trays. JSav goes through the smoke, and that doesn't work out for him. Horus managed to win those early trades into a 3v2.
Well, Cypher moves forward under it. There will be 1 kill for him. ZNX also backing him up, so 2v2. The corner is unchecked, and ZNX lines them up. It's 13-12, and Veloce back into the lead. It's been a long road, but they find themselves in the prime position. And the money from Horus, it's not great here. They can purchase a couple of pistols, but at this point, Veloce looking for 14.
Yeah, it might be another game for Horus where they come close, but they can't quite get the win on the board. We'll wait and see. B-Rush coming through for Horus, just trying to see if they can make this work. Rez spraying away, 2 kills, make it a 3rd and a 4th. Rez makes it look easy against the low buy as Veloce win the round ridiculously quickly.
Yeah, Rez has been having a good performance as well, 27 and 16. I think it's because, you know, he's also had teammates delivering that it feels like he hasn't done everything, whereas Dexy has been pretty much the talisman for this team. Horus need another 2 rounds just to equalize. Veloce in this final stretch seem to have pulled it off so far. They just need 1 more to grab map point. And Horus, they've come close to winning the game, like you said. They had a 16-13 loss. That was very close indeed. They're 1 round away from equalizing the 13 that they managed to grab, but it is going to be very difficult to do so. Veloce with momentum. No kill yet coming through. Horus have got catwalk control, and that's such a pivotal area of the map. We know Horus have got themselves the catwalk execute up their sleeve, so they can pull that out when needed. They have had quite a few strats, honestly, on Dust 2 that I'm quite impressed with. And they've got Dexy, who's their secret weapon, finding success there. Great flashbang to neutralize Cypher. I talked about how this is such an important part in the pre-match of dealing with that AWPer from that position, and they've done it well. Ball planted, Horus looking to try and pull it back slightly here to 14-13.
Yeah, 5v4 hold on towards the A site. Veloce need to find some fights sooner rather than later here. Short control is there for Horus. They're even moving forward from that position. Fight's going down, and Veloce found the opening kill, but in comes the trade from Peggy. Follow-up frag found, but it's back to the 2v2. JSav has 3 frags on the round. The AK out, but there's Peggy doing even more damage, and B-Magic closes out the round for Horus. 13 on the board. Again, though, Veloce, they've got money into this next round, so this is not over yet. Both teams back to another full buy, as this game looks like it could be going the distance. The money is so bad for both teams here, though. Surely, whoever loses this round is in trouble in the next. 14-13, a very close game, little money left on both sides. This could be the defining moment of this game.
Execute in towards long. Smokes in. They've done this strategy a few times. It's quite effective, but they need to deal with ZNX, who's been a nuisance from the pit. JSav assisting with a double kill coming in. Peggy and Luke are gone. And well, ZNX still not dealt with, and unfortunately, that will be their demise. It's going to be 15-13 here. Map point reach for Veloce, and it's a clean round as well. They don't lose a single player, and Horus's money is in the bin. This could be it. Veloce about to destroy the dreams of Horus of finding at least one win here at the ESL Premiership. And Horus, they have equalized, you know, the 13 rounds they managed to pull off in the regular season already, but this might be the unlucky number. 13 is technically an unlucky number for some, Alex.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you don't get any points for a close loss.
You don't. That sucks.
That's just the way it goes. Horus.
It's not primary school sports day.
No. Moving up through short. Molotov there to slow them down. They have got a couple of AKs, some weaponry to try to get into this round, but Cypher is in lower tunnels. This is a massive amount of control on the B site, and Horus have got to be careful. As they move on in, they get the headshot they needed.
How does he hit that? That is ridiculous. Flashbang going down in towards middle. And if you're going to give a hero AK to anyone, it's got to be Dexy at this point. There's going to be a chance it's him that's going to create it. Peggy with the AWP.
Surely Rez needs to go to the B site soon. It's completely open.
Well,
maybe
Peggy's
not.
Actually grabbing an AK. Dexy's going to take the AWP, and here comes the push in towards the site. JSav looking to hold on, but it's Luke that drops him, and Horus are still fighting, still pushing forward as the 3v3 retake has got to come in here for the CT side. Dexy misses the shot, and it might just come back to bite them here as Emperor with 2 great kills leaves Peggy on his own. Ball planted, but a 1v3. It's not going to be easy for him. He'll look for the headshot in the first, looking for the second. He's got it, but Rez will pull it off. Veloce get the 16-13 win, and a Horus, they do go the season without getting a win. But again, a very valiant effort here, very close indeed. A 16-13 loss on Dust 2.
Yeah, close game throughout, but Veloce have the slightest of edges at the end there, especially putting their opponents down to the low buy. Unfortunately for Horus, again, they showed some good signs. Like you said, those long takes were well thought out, but they can never really get all the kills they needed to come away with the round wins.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can have all the strats. When it comes down to an individual level, though, if you only got one player that's doing a whole lot, then that can definitely start to be a problem. But Dexy, I have to say, what a performance from him.
Definitely trying to make a name for himself in a game where Horus were able to play a bit more loose, were able to sort of flex those individuals' muscles a bit more. This is the kind of game where you get to see which players can really stand out and win some of those important fights. And yeah, Dexy was definitely the standout in this game.
Yeah, Dexy definitely has made a case for himself to potentially, you know, find a good team in the next season, or maybe stick with this and build around him with maybe a few different players. But he's certainly shown that he has a great level of individual talent. And really, for me, he's definitely one of the top players of the evening, really. We've had quite a lot of big performances, but he's certainly sticking in my mind as one of the potential best players of today.
This rebound from Rez was so nice on towards the B site. So many kills coming in. Again, at the end here, it was just the money that was really the problem for Horus.
It definitely felt like Veloce just grabbed the control of the game in terms of momentum and economy at just the right time. And of course, here are the men of the matches. The men of the match. That makes sense, yes. Well, Dexy, Rez, and Cypher are the nominees, and I really do feel like it has to go to Dexy at this point for me.
Yeah, he was definitely really, really good throughout. Again, we did see some of the other players step up, but overall, it felt like Dexy was having the most impact by far.
Oh, definitely. We've had quite a long day here, so we'll forgive you if you've forgotten the results. So we're going to take a little bit of a recap to see what went down. We started the night with Diablos taking on Wind and Rain, and while it was a pretty long affair, ending with Wind and Rain with a 16-13 win.
And then, of course, Vexed versus Endpoint, the match to watch of the evening. Vex managed to come out on top, securing their spots at the LAN finals. Endpoint are going to have to go through the playoffs, but we think they should be favored there.
Yeah, I feel like they should be the top team left in the playoffs for sure. Vex make it through. Fierce make it through with a 16-5 win. They're already in from last week, but this just keeps that clean sheet, and they do it in such a dominant fashion against the Pensioners. And unfortunately for Horus, we just witnessed a heartbreaking defeat on Dust 2. But here are the standings and how it shapes up. Fierce top the scoreboard, with them and Vex currently already there at the live finals. But of course, you've touched on the fact that Endpoint, Wind and Rain, Pensioners, and Diablos will be playing in the playoffs, and unfortunately, Veloce Esports and Horus Esports will be relegated.
Yeah, so close from Veloce, having the exact same points as Diablos, but they lose on the head-to-head record between those two teams. That's the only difference between them. That's why Veloce have to fight for their lives, while Diablos get to fight for a spot at the LAN finals.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough one if you're Veloce. You've come so close, but just couldn't quite get it done. We are going to take a little bit of a look at the highlight of this week. We've had some incredible plays, but we're going to have to take a closer look, and it definitely was this Is. I mean, he killed his teammate as well.
Yeah, this from Ents was just incredible with the CZ.
Yeah.
I don't know how he does this.
Well, this was pretty nuts. He pushes through the smoke and finds 3. But it's just ridiculous, because you have to remember the CZs early in that round took 2 kills as well in towards the bottom of Banana, and the 3 kills from the CZ here through the smoke is almost impossible to pull off. The coolness and calmness under pressure, really, to find that 3rd kill is just ridiculous.
Yeah, especially, he is a little bit lucky. That player on the right is low on health. That's what really allows him to have all those bullets available. Only 12 shots to work with, but he placed them all very, very well. And to get all those kills so quickly as well, the fire rate of the CZ definitely helped him out there.
Yeah, well, of course, there was a great play there, but there is a bit of an interesting one that happened on Overpass when I actually feel like this was a turning point. This is when Adam threw away his gun and decided he was just going to B-hop and try and knife Russ from the top. He jumps on his head axe.
He lands on his head for a good second as well.
I think Russ actually pulls his knife there. Getting to see the replay, it was actually incredible. I think Russ actually got a knife kill in his knife hit in as well, but ended up getting dropped from his teammates. So let's see. Yeah, I think he actually managed a knife here. He pulls his knife as well, and he gets a knife shot off. Yeah, pretty crazy stuff coming in, and yeah, that was a ridiculous one.
Yeah, I just love that was the point of the game where you really realized Vex are confident now. They're playing with confidence, they're playing with freedom, they know that they can really come back into this game. I mean, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but if you get the round win, if you get the kill at the end, there's nothing to complain about.
Exactly, and yeah, like you said, definitely was the turning point. Vex just looked a lot more comfortable off the back of that, and unfortunately, Endpoint just were crushed off the back of it. There are players that are used to being respected, and that playstyle is just something they're not going to be used to. But that leaves nothing but for us to thank our sponsors for making this possible. Of course, it's Intel, PaySafeCard, and AOC Gaming for making this show possible. And thank you very much for watching. Join us next week for the playoffs. So
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
You ready? Huh? Hey, boy, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.